All right, we are good to go.
All right, let's call to order the meeting of the Board of Investments on June 4th, 2025. Take notice that this meeting is being recorded on video. Next item would be roll call. So Savannah, can you help us with the roll call?
I can do that for you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Jeff Meredith.
Present.
Cindy Yunkin.
Present.
Porter Bennett.
Here.
Tim Kober.
Here.
Maggie Peterson. Mark Berry.
Here.
John Milanovich.
Here.
Dan Trost.
Here.
Dwayne Iverson. Representative Larry Brewster.
Here.
And Senator Shane Moraju. Absent, but we do have a quorum. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, next item, public comment. Is there any public comment on issues with board jurisdiction? Hearing none, moving on, the April 23rd, 2025 minutes.
That is there's a new version that corrected that date for tab 1D, February 26, 2024 on your desk. Everything else is the same. It said 2024, it corrected it to 2025. That is an AI find.
Mr. Chair, I would agree.
All right, we have a motion from Maggie. Is there a second? Second from Porter. All in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously. All right, next item. So administrative business, audit committee reports. Mark?
Audit committee met this morning. There were no decisions to present to the full board. Some of the updates include Whippley has begun their fiscal year 25 SOC audit. They are doing walkthroughs and they're scheduled for this week and next week, I understand. And then I'll be back in July, towards the end of July, to do their testing. They also, the staff also asked them to do a limited review of the employee workforce housing lottery drawing process. And so Whippley did that, and they found that all of the processes, or the selection process, was within the criteria that we established for that. LAD, they're going to start their audit for fiscal year 25 soon, but the fiscal year 24 financial statements are going to be presented to the Legislative Audit Committee on June 12th. Is it June 12th, Dan?
Yes, 150.
Yeah, 150, if anybody wants to participate in the audit review of our fiscal year 24 that ended June 30th of 2024. Now it's almost a year later. That's like ancient history. Also, this is something fairly new for Board of Investments, but Legislative Audit Division does a single audit, a federal single audit of major federal programs in the state of Montana. They do that every other year. This year they are auditing our down payment assistance loan program because that's considered a major federal program. That's Board Investments handled about $100 million of ARPA money in that program, so it's going to be audited. Now, it's going to be a federal program as long as the initial money is sent out. When the money is repaid, it becomes state money. So it won't be part of the federal program at that point. Is that fair to say, Dan?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So we'll probably be seeing that. That's on top of the other audit, legislative audit reviews. We're going to be looking at changes to investment policy statements later on, so that's part of the work that the audit or Julie Feldman's position has done. They did a COOP tabletop exercise that went according to plan. The staff, the internal staff have also reviewed all internal control procedures. Now that's the internal staff review, and the SOC process is an external review. So but the internal staff, our staff has looked at all our control procedures. Everybody signed the ethics policy. They're sending out confirmation letters for all participants in STIP and the trust fund investment plan. There's about 360 state agency accounts, 189 local government accounts. In addition, there's about 60 trust fund investment pool accounts. And these confirmations are to determine if such as bank accounts and people authorized from the customer base and all that sort of thing. So that's what those confirmations are for. Board investments presented to the Ampere Board and Teachers Retirement Board in December of last year, and the staff also reviewed custodial bank ratings and found that they were within our government's policy requirements. Julie also gave us an update of GASB programs. There's a statement 102 that she felt would not really impact Board of Investments much, so we're not going to worry about that. Statement 103, there's some financial reporting model changes. It will have an impact in fiscal year 26 on our financial statements, but not for fiscal year 25. Then there's a statement 104 about capital asset disclosures that doesn't really impact Board of Investments. We don't have very many capital investments that we need to report on. So no decisions and a lot of work going on. Julie says she had like 30 or 40 meetings set up between LAD auditors and Whipley auditors, and so she's really good. That's my report.
All right, thank you, Mark. Loan committee report. Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the loan committee met this morning and approved 2 loan requests totaling a total of $4 million. The first was from the city of Big Timber. Big Timber requested a $1.5 million loan under the InterCap program, which was going to be used to finance the purchase of some solid waste equipment. The city of Big Timber is a new borrower under the program, and this loan, I believe, is going to be financed through a revenue bond. The second loan approved was from the city of Great Falls, requesting $2.5 million, also under the InterCap program. And these monies are to be used to finance the renovation of their fire rescue training center. The city of Great Falls has a long history of borrowing under the InterCap program. Both of these loans, the InterCap program will be the sole source of funding. And since each loan is under the $5 million threshold under policy, it's not necessary to bring for approval to the full board. And that's the end of my report.
All right, thanks, Tim. Human Resource Committee report. Megan?
Okay, I'm going to make a confession up front. We took up most of the time this morning in our meeting, so all board members were present. We had very, very good discussions on the comparators we use for our exempt staff. We currently have a McLagan compensation study, but we talked about Director, Executive Director Villa and John Putnam, looking at other areas such as surrounding states as comparators and potentially like-size funds across the country and bringing something back to us, I believe we said in October. So hopefully they'll have that ready. We also had some updates from the Executive Director of Villa on resignations and potential retirements, hopefully way down the road after I'm off this board. And we talked about salaries for exempt staff, and since everybody was present, then Executive Director Villa made recommendations and the committee approved those recommendations. So I would make a motion that this full board approve those recommendations.
All right, we have a motion for Maggie. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Cindy. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Anything else, Maggie?
That was plenty.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on, comments from TRS and PERS. Maybe we start with you, Dan.
Sure. Yeah, we met earlier actually last month, May 9th. Couple of more important things. We had our audit report of our actuarial review that we looked at, and it was a very good review, no findings. We made some minor recommendations, but equated to less than 1% if you look at it from a financial standpoint. So very, very good review. We were all pleased with that. And then we approved the budget and sort of looked at the budget for fiscal year. And I guess I would say, there's something mentioned earlier about the level of services that are provided by this organization relative to the cost for the pensions and the members. And it's sort of the same thing at the level of the pension. There's a statutory maximum percentage of benefits that we're allowed to spend for administrative costs, and we are at less than half of that. And that maximum level is pretty consistent with what folks are spending out in the rest of the country. So just the pension participants are getting a heck of a good deal on both sides of this. And those were kind of the two big things. A couple other things that are super important, so that's it.
I have a question. So do you have any idea how much, did yours revert to the trust as well? The TRS pensions, the
Yeah,
TRS reverts to the trust, and we were doing about, looks like we're gonna do a little, 3 million, a little over 3 million. Do you have any idea?
I don't know the dollar amount, yeah, but yeah, it's the same, I think. I mean, our budget, so we're not under budget by that much. Our budget is always that low. So I don't know that there's a fund that we have that then reverts back, but I'm just saying that our average expenses are much, much lower than they could be statutorily.
So for the pensions side, the PRS side, we have that 5% that we can build our budget based on, and we're not spending 3.2 million.
Okay, we do it differently. Our
That's why I was
budget is our
wondering.
budget, so we don't have an amount that's earmarked that we then give some back. We just spend what our budget is. We are generally under our budget though, so whatever we're underneath is money that never has to come out of the system.
I was just curious because
Yeah,
they're
that's
so
funny.
different in other ways.
Yeah, that is different.
All right, Maggie.
Well, we haven't met since our last meeting. We meet next week, and kind of like Dan's meeting in May, we'll be looking at budgets. John will be coming to talk to John Putnam will be coming to talk to our group about the 457 and the defined contribution plans and the potential Board of Investments investing those funds, coming up with lineup. Yeah, I guess that's a good way to describe it. I'm trying to think of what else. So many of our meetings are different than yours in the sense that we're generally dealing with our closed meeting where we're dealing with disabilities, and
We do that too.
it takes up a lot of our time, though, is what I'm getting at. And sometimes our meetings take 3 hours, and then the other part is lengthy. So we have several, and I'll report on this after either our next meeting, but it's so far down the road. We have several entities signing up for either the 457 or the defined contribution or the PRS plans. And we have contracts, I think new contracts for our tax account, or tax attorneys. I think we have 3 contracts coming up, so that's pretty much it. It'll be a,
There might be an opportunity there for us to share a little knowledge, because I believe that the school districts are eligible to use the 457 plan. It's just not been marketed to them very well. So that might be, at least we can cross over a little bit to help folks get into that potentially. Maybe.
it's probably a really good idea. I will talk to them about that next week when I'm there. So, because I'm
57, that's a deferred count.
deferred comp, yeah. And I know that the university systems could use it, but they didn't do a very good job marketing to us either. And I didn't know about it until I got on the PERS board, so. And I was in
I
charge
think
of
the
it.
decision has to be made at the, I don't think individual teachers can just elect to
Have
do
to
it. I
be
think it
there.
has to be made at the
It
district.
does. All those plans have to be made up. Yeah. So that's pretty much it. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Maggie. All right, tab 2, executive director reports.
Oh, we do have Representative
Oh,
Brewster.
I'm
for
sorry.
legislative
Yeah, so comments from board legislative liaisons.
Well, this Rep. Larry Brewster, I appreciate you having me a part of your meeting. I don't really have any comments, but I made some good notes today, and I think I'll send a report back sometime after the meeting to lead the house. But I think you guys are doing a great job, so appreciate you having us.
Yeah, thanks, and we appreciate you joining as well, so. All right, now
You bet.
moving on to tab 2, executive director reports.
Okay, standard operating procedure with the member request snapshot. Some good news. Rob Sampson has passed the Kaya test. Willie Gross in fixed income has passed level 3 of the CFA. Peg has completed the Human Capital Academy credential program. She's now the most credentialed human resource officer in the state of Montana. And John Carpenter has passed level 1 of the CIPM. That's the performance certification. So our internal education program is working very, very well, and our folks are being very successful. So congratulations to all of them. Our summer interns will come in and introduce themselves in a moment. We have, oh, here they are. Olivia, you're up.
Welcome to Still Time. All right, good morning. It's nice to see you all again. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Olivia Claremont. I interned here last year on the accounting side and got the opportunity to come back as an investment intern. So I'm very excited for that. I am a senior at Montana Tech studying management of information technology, and I look forward to applying those skills in the world of finance.
Hi, my name is Calvin Kaplis. I'm a student at the University of Montana in Missoula studying finance and philosophy. And yeah, I'm a senior this year, and I'm really excited to have this opportunity. I think I've already learned more in these few weeks than I have in school thus far. And yeah, I'm just really interested in learning as much as I can here. So thank you.
I'm the third intern. I'm on the accounting side. I'm James Lang. Just graduated Carroll College, just across town, and I'm going to UCLA next year for my master's in statistics and data science. And I'm looking forward to working here this summer, and I've got my feet under myself, so I'm happy to be here. So thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Welcome, all of you.
Budget status fiscal year to date, so I'll refer back to this in the budget conversation itself, but no concerns, expenditures in line. We did just process a $1 million dividend back to participants. We were under budget, and our working capital was getting a little high, so that $1 million went back to the participants June 1. You have copies of all of we've talked several times today about the inquiries and the verifications that we send to the various state agencies. So we included a couple of examples so you can see what we're sending to our clients, as well as the list of who the authorized rep is for each one of our individual funds. That's that highlighted page. So you can see who we're chatting with on a regular basis.
So Dan, I
Yes,
have a
ma'am.
question real quick. So when you send these to the authorized rep, for instance, person at Montana Tech, let's talk like, when they leave, but you still send it there and you don't hear back because nobody knows what to do with it. We don't ever follow up on those things, or would we catch it when they try to do some STIP type stuff?
So if you're a STIP participant,
Yeah.
and you can't share, so, you
Can't
know,
share your
if Jeff's
sign-offs.
authorized and he leaves, Mark can't just step into his shoes and transact on behalf. So in the STIP system, you have to update, the governing body is the only entity that can update the authorized users. For trust fund, we're in contact with them regularly enough that we know, you know, Jeff is gone, someone's taking Jeff's place. And the easiest way we know is when we send the email to him, it bounces back to us as undeliverable. And then we know, oh, hey, we gotta make a phone call. So you cannot transact in STIP unless you are an authorized user as designated by the governing body. We did have one instance this last year where they wanted to provide a read-only for some unauthorized users because they'd be doing reconciliations. So they're not authorized to transact, but they still need to see the transactions and be able to recon it. So we did work with State Street and our vendor and the STIP portal to create a read-only for one client's only wanted it so far, but they're one of the top 10, so it was helpful.
I would say on the trust fund side, Maggie, a lot of times when somebody new comes, they actually reach out to us because they don't know what this account is, and we're informing them sometimes about, here's what it is and here's how it works, and yes, you.
I know how that works, but I was just concerned when Julie said that when we don't hear back, I'm thinking, we don't hear back.
That lag of a don't hear back period is apparently not very long.
No. You always want to know where your money is.
Exactly. Days at most.
Yeah. Okay, next item, and our first decision point is the fiscal '26 budget. There is an updated memo on your desk reflecting comments from some of the board members since the packet went out. Essentially the changes represented not a presumption that there would be an MOU signed with Impera, but that there is a contingency that Impera and BOI reach an agreement on the lineup. So as you can see, this is how we're planning on implementing House Bill 863. The most important element of that is also in your packet on the last page of that, following the signature page. I've broken us out into two forms of costs, and those are internal costs, those that we control, and external costs, those that are imposed on us that are authorized by the statute. So our internal costs and the budget I'm proposing for next year is $5,968,000. Now that would accommodate the compensation adjustments that I have proposed and that you have just approved, as well as all of our contractual adjustments for things like our Bloomberg terminals, our research systems, travel. That covers the whole anticipated operating budget for next year. The external costs are those which we don't control and frankly we don't have a good handle on right now because we're right in what's called turnaround. So this is the point in time when the budget office is inputting what the legislative actions were into the state budgeting system, and those numbers are moving around. Maybe FTE have changed, and there are some instances where costs are allocated by FTE, square footage has changed. Any number of factors can change those external costs. So what I'm classifying as external costs are those things that you, as the board, don't control. So you don't control what the legislature appropriates us for, what I'm calling professional staff raises under the new system, and that's House Bill 13. You don't control what the Department of Administration charges us for Sabres access or IBARS access or IT services, enterprise software licenses. You don't control those. And you also don't control what the Legislative Audit Division charges us for our various audits. So I built these in because this will be what's called a standard budget. And that's what you'll see if you go back to the prior page. where I referenced earlier that we'd come back to it. The standard budget is the lingo that's used. If you look at the top sort of center column, that number will reflect the internal budget and the external budgets as what are imposed on us. And these are the line items that we will allocate those costs to. So you'll be able to tie that standard budget at the bottom of the proposal to the standard budget that shows up, and then we'll track actuals for you on a quarterly basis. So you'll be able to see where we're running ahead, where we're running behind, and then we'll educate you as we go on how those cash flows work. So for instance, early in the year, our operating costs look a little like we're running ahead of schedule because all of our subscription services are due in July, at the beginning of the fiscal year. So we'll have a big run up in expenses in July and August as we're paying for Bloomberg terminals or Green Street or various research tools, and then those fall off and we catch back up over the course of the fiscal year. But those will be things you'll see on the columns on the right-hand side that it'll show, oh, look, you're only 34% through the year, but you're showing 50% expended, and we'll be able to explain to you why that's the case. And we'd hope that you'd ask as well.
Dan, you're back at the,
I'm back at what starts as Department of Commerce Standard Budget Summary by org and account. So those are the line items that we will track everything by, and then that number, that standard budget number will tie to the total standard budget that you see on this page. For context, we said that we could make more efficiencies for our participants by moving to first a fiduciary fund, then an enterprise fund. We wound up as an enterprise fund. The legislatively approved budget was $7,872,007. Our all-in budget is estimated to be $6,443,647 for a net savings of $1,428,360, which is an 18% reduction in charges to our participants. So we said we could deliver, and we have to.
So what's the savings from?
Savings is from, we're no longer relying on we're no longer paying the Department of Commerce $670,000 a year to process things that we can do for, based on our math, about $1,000 a year to run payroll and process our own expenses and all of those items. So that's the first 670. The second piece is we don't think we need 60 days of working capital. We think we can run much more lean than that. You'll see in the memo we're proposing to start at a 30-day working capital. So we can reduce the amount of working capital, thus meaning we can reduce the amount of charges we have up front. And then we're also eliminating some costs. So for instance, Credit Sites is a tool we're using now. They were recently purchased. It's not providing the value that it once was, so we're going to eliminate that $100,000 a year contract. Now, to this end, another conversation I had with the board members as I did my pre-meeting calls is, what is the appropriate amount of board member education? Now, I do not have anything beyond our sort of biennial board retreat with your consultants included. So if there's any sort of subscription services or other sorts of conferences or trainings you'd like, we would need to add that into the budget. But that's your call. This is your budget. You tell me if you want it in, and I'll add it in.
I had mentioned this to Dan in our call. I think it'd be helpful for the board, or for me. There's a number of things that I would recommend the board members like track. There's a magazine, pension, and I get magazine, like newsletters. Pension and investments is kind of the industry standard, I would imagine. That's not inaccurate. It has latest news. It has, some of it is in the weeds, but I think as a board, it would be good for us to, have the subscriptions to pensions and investments. I think it's be helpful. There's others, newsletters that I subscribe to, like Asset Allocator or things like that, that perhaps the, RB Coons or the consultants could say to us, hey, here's what we would recommend. Like, this is kind of a good education package for the board. I think I'm open to getting that, but perhaps I was talking with Dan, and maybe I like this stuff, I'm really in the weeds into it. So I could be a complete outlier, but I think it's good for the board to have education, period.
Mr. Chair, could I speak to that?
Please do.
If one of the ways that you can do that is your proposal that to have subscriptions for the individual members. If you want to task us, because we have all those subscriptions, to essentially do like a summary newsletter for you. We do that for one other client. They have added it to our mandate. Very inexpensive, and we can kind of curate it for you, but I'm not selling it. I'm just offering that that's an alternative way to satisfy that need. Because a lot of the stuff, as you know, and because I'm down in the weeds with you, in P&I really doesn't relate directly to hedge funds, for example, and the commentary on that don't.
Yeah, sure.
So if you want to think that over about a curated sort of a newsletter about what's happening in the industry, Paige can do it for you.
And it could be sent, I mean, I don't want to make an extra line item that, is a big line item, obviously. But I do think, I think education is important for the board to make informed decisions.
Is that something that we could put on this October meeting discussion and the options for board education?
So with RVK, absolutely, and that's kind of the thrust of what we hope to talk about anyway. There are also free subscriptions. So for instance, we don't subscribe to P&I as a staff. We get the free version. And if you'd like us to add all of you onto the free version, we can do that. If that's insufficient, then there's an upgraded iteration of it. There's this option. So really it's like I said, it's your budget. If this is something that's important to the board, I'm happy to, I will build it in and we will handle the paperwork on the backside. But we can also have, sorry.
I'm just wondering if there's something, a curated newsletter. I am not in the weeds, I am on a paved sidewalk. So, giving me something that's on the weeds, I'm not gonna read it. And if I do read it, it's gonna go just like that. So, and something that's written for those of us that are not investment professionals, like some people in this room over here, I would find it very useful.
So, proposal. We get you all signed up for P&I free version. It's no harm, no foul. If you read it, great. If not, it's kindling for October, November, December, January. We have the conversation with your consultant at the October retreat on what are the appropriate, what's the line between the curated specialties and the pavement. And then, maybe bring some examples and we'll work with RVK on sort of what's out there and we'll get your feedback and move forward appropriately.
And some of us are already inundated with things from my other board because they have my personal email and my state email. I get hundreds of things, information pieces and whatever. And there's no way I can ever get through all of them. I pick the topics that I'm interested in. And those are the ones I read, so it's kind of.
And as your consultant, we get like 10x of that as John does. But what really matters is there's only a fraction of it that's relevant. It's like going into a big bookstore like Powell's in Portland, and there's a whole lot of books in there you don't want to read. They have no interest in them, but there probably are 10 that if you could find them, those would be meaningful to you, so.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I have a question. So what is this board's fiduciary standard? Because I don't believe our fiduciary standard is to be prudent experts at investing or pensions. It's something lower than that, is it not? Because not all of us are going to become investment
That's why we
professionals.
have people like you and John on the board.
Right.
So the statutory construct is that the board must manage the funds in under the prudent expert rule, and you have built the structures that your staff have the delegated authority to be those prudent experts. And the way the board has approached this in the past is you view your job as you hire the right people and hold them accountable, manage the operations, you have a consultant who helps you hold the staff accountable, and that's been the threshold by which we've measured that fiduciary obligation.
So we don't, but the statute is actually, it says the board has the primary authority, of course, and that's how we get it out. I mean, we hire consultants, we hire staff. But the board shall direct, I mean, that's pretty, a shall term is pretty,
It's a mandate.
yeah. And so that's where I think, that's why I'm saying education is important for us.
Yeah, I do think it sounds like there's some interest in the kind of the curated update from RVK, so we can discuss that and likely move forward with it in October. It'd be great if we could get maybe an example or two prior to October, so we could kind of look through them and be prepared, not trying to go through them at our meeting. So if you guys could send those, that'd be great.
I defer to Paige, we can do that?
Yeah, we can do that for you.
Okay, great.
What she said.
And we need to remember, this board is a diverse board. There's some of us that have way different backgrounds and we all fill different roles, so. I mean, you and I are on this board by virtue of our association with the two pension funds. You happen to have the investment background, thank God. John is an investment person. We've got our
Well, that's-
legal counsel here.
Yeah,
So
and that's good with the curation
you
because
too.
it'll give us,
Yeah.
it'll give us the high level update, and then as people have different levels of interest or wanna get further in the weeds, they can kind of drill down and move further, but it
And
doesn't,
get in the weeds.
it's not gonna overwhelm
Yeah.
anybody in all likelihood, so I think that's a good approach to start with.
Let me just ask, so relative to our budget, you're saying that if we approve what you're proposing, which is a top line number, there's not detail there.
The detail, so we don't have the detail until turnaround, but the detail will mirror.
So we'll
this.
see
Yes.
your budget reports in this format.
Yes, by these line items with the standard budget filled in of what we allocate there and then what the expenditures are. We don't have it yet for fiscal '26. We have the top line because we're just not far enough along and you're a little bit ahead of the rest of state government in turnaround.
And then the way we will measure your progress is you'll show us percentage of budget spent.
Yes. So you'll see the standard budget, you'll see the actuals amount, and then on the side, the calculations on what percentage at the top, you see percent of year completed, percent of payroll completed, and then on the sides, you'll see percent expended.
And then going forward, when you present a budget to us for approval, you're just gonna give us a top line number, or you're going to give us a detail?
My proposal is I'd give you the top line, because unless you wanna be in here and manage every single line item as a budget, which you've never done before, the top line is the important one. Certainly if you wanna step into the line item, that's your purview, but the way we've done it in the past is we submit a top line number to the Department of Commerce. The Department of Commerce submits that top line budget to the budget office submits that top line budget to the legislature assigns the top line budget, and then I implement that top line budget and report to you all.
Okay, but you have to build that top line budget.
Yes, and we're in the process. Our meeting's on June 4th and IBAR's opened last Friday. So this top line budget will be built over the next several weeks, but
But when you come to us with the top line number,
yes,
it's not just pulling a number out of the air. You're building this budget here, these categories here to create that top line number.
yes.
Why can't we see the detail to build in the top line number?
If you would like, absolutely, you can see the detail. It is not in IBARs, it is not in Sabres, it is on an Excel spreadsheet.
Yeah.
If you want to get into that level of detail, absolutely, we'll provide it to you today. You've just never wanted that before.
Okay, but when, going forward, we're going to approve your budget, we're responsible for approving your budget now.
Yes,
And the FT and all that sort of thing.
yes.
Then you're gonna, and once we approve your budget, then you're gonna enter it on into the state Sabres
Into
system.
IBARs, and then that transcribes to Sabres, yes.
So you gotta have us approve that budget in some format before you enter it.
The top line budget is all you've ever approved, and that, so if you want to approve the line items, that is another level of detail, and we're happy to have you do that.
I don't know about other board members, but that top line numbers, not very meaningful to me if I don't know where the numbers are coming from.
Yeah, I think I tend to agree with Mark. I don't think we need to necessarily approve and dissect line items, but just having the level of detail when we review to approve. would be-
Case, and I'll tell you from experience, you don't want to do that. I had to do that for years and put people to sleep.
Yeah, we don't.
And we actually
But
get
be
our,
informed.
yeah, I agree with you too, but at the Ampera, we actually get it by the third level, it's called. It's not even at these levels, it's down lower, and we see reports on that quarterly, and that's how we approve it, is actually down at the third level, which, well, you know, they compare it to what was spent the previous year, and, but we don't
If that's what you want,
go
that's what we'll
crazy.
do.
No, I'm just saying though, that you just kind of, that might be too much detail for anybody.
I think you know, on the other more detailed page, that seems sufficient.
Yeah.
From a level of,
Just a high level.
or even maybe a little
Like
higher
this.
level
You
than
gotta
that.
build it anyway.
We have to build it, and if you'll notice, I mean, $8,547,128. We got it to $5,968. We're not zeroed in exactly yet because we still have more work to do. We're June 4th. So, I mean, if you'd like to postpone this until we get the line items and do another meeting, happy to do that.
You've already gone through the legislative process to get this number, you're just adjusting it downwards. I don't wanna see it, if you've already done that, I don't need to see that, but I do think we just need to approve that number. But I think going forward, we need to see some detail before more than a top line number to approve. That's just my feeling.
Yeah, can I ask a question?
Yep.
So would everybody be happy with this level that he's got on this spreadsheet here that has 1,100, 1,300 at that level?
I think a step down, I mean,
Another
like,
step-
all of us are on boards, the office, or we've done it before, and so just some regular income like balance sheet, income statement, et cetera, it's nice to have a little bit more detailed. I agree with you, though, I'm sure, it sounds like we're kind of all on this side of the table, like, hey, a little bit more would be helpful, but, I don't need to see that the paper clips were,
Just thinking.
$485 for the year, but it'd be good to know just a little bit more, maybe.
So is a step down more detail than shown here or less detail?
Oh, more detail is what I would, Mark, is that what you would think too, or?
I don't want too much detail.
Even this is pretty good
I
guess
detail.
the last-
personally think that this
I
is
agree.
a sufficient level of detail, given when you break out outside of personnel expense. That's the vast majority of what we're looking at here, which we get detail in separate reports on. So really, when you're talking about breaking out any of these other line items, it's gonna get
Sure.
it's gonna get to a level of minutia and materiality that might not be relevant. I think this level of detail approximately is sufficient. I guess the next question to ask is, do we want to defer this approval until we receive that level of detail? Which I don't know if that's potentially available today and we could vote this afternoon, or do we want to defer it for?
I will not have a Sabres breakout for you like this until the
Spreadsheet's
budget
fine.
office does it. So I can get you an Excel spreadsheet this morning, yes.
Well, Dan, you said something where there's number one, congratulations on going from, that's awesome. The budget was 7 whatever, and you've got it down to 5 and change, that's great. I heard you say something about 6 million, I didn't miss that, what that.
So if you go to the handout on the internal costs, external costs,
It's in a separate packet.
it's on your
What's the
desk.
stuff they put on your desk?
I don't have
Okay.
that stuff. I have salaries.
So trying to get to another level of detail, because we have internal costs that we establish and we have external
Stuff
costs
on my
that we don't
desk was
control.
what we've already talked.
Oh, okay,
I thought you'd want to see the external costs, which aren't set yet.
Oh, congrats, okay, got it, thank you,
I
sir,
don't have that page.
that's great.
Cindy got ripped off.
I've got this in here somewhere.
I'll go get it for you.
I don't even remember seeing it.
It wasn't.
Yeah, got it.
It was certainly not a separate page.
So would, Mark, maybe asking you again, if he provided us with the Excel spreadsheet that feeds into this cost budget. Today, we could make a motion this afternoon, we could review over lunch and make a motion this afternoon.
I'll tell you what, I don't need that. I'm gonna trust the executive director and then but going forward next year, I think if we're going to approve the budget, then we need to see that detail to approve it. I don't, even if we saw the detail, I think we're probably still gonna approve it.
And it's likely gonna mirror from a kind of a allocation, what we're seeing here on this sheet as well.
And as far as going forward, not too much of a deep dive, I think we need to see major changes that are being proposed and explanation of that, if there are any. But I think we need to be careful about wanting to see a deep dive, because then we're getting into soup that we don't want to be.
Well, I think that's what we pay these guys to do.
Right. I manage this organization on this spreadsheet. This is where I manage it from. And the contracts and the costs, personal services is what it is. We manage those once a year. You set it and forget it. You do your market analysis, you do your adjustments, and then you're on autopilot and you can build that in. From the contracts, other services, other supplies, we know the rent for the year. Again, I work for you. If you want more detail than this, I'll provide it, but for your perspective, I manage this shop on this spreadsheet.
Yeah, it's great to have.
I will,
Isn't this what we're asking for, that we already have?
No.
What's the difference?
This is actually
We're
what's in the
asking for
system.
this. It's a separate.
Got that, and then here's a breakdown of.
so that's
where the-
fiscal year to date.
Okay.
What they're asking for is the number on the other page put in at the top,
And then
broken
show
out by
the
those
break-
line items, yes.
Great, that's fair.
So we'll get the Excel spreadsheet, we can come back to this.
Yeah, and this is 2025, right?
Yes.
We're
This is
looking at
25, and this is 26.
And we're looking at 26.
Yes, this is the report on actuals to date. Again, this is the first because we've never had to deal with this before because we moved to an enterprise fund. And prior to this, the board would set the top line number, the legislature would approve it, and we'd be done. Now we're at the point where you are both the board and the legislature. You approve what the top line number is, and you're the last say. The legislature doesn't vote on our budget anymore. So a greater level of detail is absolutely appropriate, and that's why I wanted to reference this, that this is the level of detail I want to give you in how we budget and how we build a budget. What I'm telling you is we don't have this exact spreadsheet built as of yet, but we will give you the Excel spreadsheet that got us to that $5,968,000 today, so that you can see generally where it will be broken out.
So,
Go ahead.
so that spreadsheet is what's going to feed IBARs,
Yes,
savers.
yes.
It's gonna look exactly like this sheet right here for 2025.
No,
In the bottom,
it will not look exactly. It
well,
will, we have operating expenses,
The
general
numbers are different,
breakouts, yes.
but the bottom line is gonna be this 5.9.
5968, yes.
Will we have this timing issue every year where it's not quite ready, but we have to approve it?
No, because this is the first year we've done it, we've got to get it into the system.
Okay.
This is, and frankly, in legislative years, IBARS opens up later because some of the bills aren't even signed yet. For instance, 924 isn't even law. So first, we have both first round problems, and not every piece of legislation has been reviewed by the governor yet. So all of those things enter in.
That makes sense.
But going forward, we can look at a spreadsheet or whatever.
Going forward, you will
We
see.
can approve that, and then whatever they have to do with this state entry and IBARs and stuff, we'll let them deal with, but we can
My
approve it.
goal is, I love templates, write the recipe and then repeat it, keep the same report in front of you and show the changes. So
If it looks
going
just like
forward,
this,
it's gonna
that'd
be this
great.
with another column of up 10,000, down 4,533.
Yeah, that's great.
That's how I want to get us to. We're just not there because we're writing the book now.
Perfect.
All right, so I think the best option is, so Dan can provide us with the detail in Excel that'll feed into the buildup. And then we can just defer the decision on this until we'll just circle back to it after lunch. So we'll have time to look at it, and we can squeak it in later this afternoon. That work?
Last item is a revision to the MOU we discussed last meeting. There was some request for additional detail, so instead of one step of we will do a diligence on the Board of Investments creating the defined contribution and deferred compensation lineup, and then having an MOU and an investment policy statement later. This breaks it into two very distinct steps. The first that is reflected in this resolution, in this MOU, is Empera would pay us to go do that, and we would prepare the lineup, bring it to you and them in that February timeframe, because they have administrative rules that require 90-day notice before anything is published, so you get to a July 1 effective date. We would build in the compensation. As you see, there'd be $100,000 in what I'm calling due diligence, and then there would be a separate agreement at a later point in time where we would.
I'm sorry, what
tab 2.
The last thing, the resolution?
That's the resolution, the red line of the
last item that I
resolution.
have with it is, which one? This one?
So this one's on your desk as well. It's the, there's a, it's this.
Oh, okay. So yeah, this is kind of new, right? We just got this today? Yes. All right, I think so.
This was emailed out earlier. So this is, instead of one step, formalizing a two-step process to get there. The two steps being this MOU that we will enter into an agreement with Empera to go create the lineup. They will pay us for that because you cannot cross-pollinate between defined benefit, defined contribution, and deferred compensation assets. For the purposes of payment, you can't subsidize. So this would create that. John and his team would then go develop the lineup, bring performance and dollars, BIPs costs to both you and Empera in that February timeframe, at which point we would enter into a separate agreement. So rather than a two-step process, rather than a one-step process, we would have a two-step process to get us there. So Maggie, any thoughts from your side based on the conversations with Empera?
No, because we'll be making a decision on step 1 next week or when John comes to our board
On this resolution.
to spend $100,000.
So, you approve the resolution and then you move forward with step 1.
Then Empera's board needs to
We need to approve doing this.
And then we move forward.
Dan actually came, was it the last meeting?
Yeah.
Came and talked to our board. This is something we've been talking about for a long time, but Dan actually came and talked a little more firmly, a little more detailed about it. We didn't make a decision. Now John's going to come back next Thursday and talk to our board and hopefully get the board on board, so to say, with this and this direction. It's gonna be the right thing. I personally believe this since the day I was put on that Empera board. I said, why isn't this happening? So, I think we'll pass this.
So the request is to approve the revised MOU so that if Empera approves it, we can then execute.
And
Is this
it
resolution the MOU or where's the MOU?
The resolution is the MOU.
Okay, great, awesome.
Go ahead, Cindy. Do you have a question?
I was just saying, it's not an MOU, it's a resolution.
Okay.
Don't confuse us. Some of us are easily confused.
Well, okay. I would like to move the revised resolution for the due diligence with Empera.
We have a motion from Mark. Is there a second? Second from John. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
You got something done, Dan.
Not gonna say it, but the legislature was easier than you guys did.
Oh, careful there. That hurt. You know, the House Bill 2 spends the whole session, and we talked about your budget in 15 minutes.
The entire House Bill 2 hearing was 90 minutes in the Senate. It was the most expensive hearing in the history of mankind.
And how long in the House?
Weeks.
Yeah, okay.
This gray hair is from the budget. Anyway, I apologize. We will we will have the spreadsheet out to you ASAP, but I think we can get through tabs 3 and 4 before we break, if that's all right.
Let's keep going.
Let's do it.
Do it.
Mr. Chair, could I make two minutes of comments that are relevant to, I think, and maybe of interest to you? And I think you should take some pride in this, as I think Montana should. We were retained by the state of North Carolina, that their legislature just yesterday passed a budget completely demolishing their pension investment structure and creating an entirely new one. We gave them lots of advice about various ones, and I will say that that Montana's structure figured prominently in there, as well as many others, and it's going to the governor today. But what's interesting and relevant is they're creating essentially very much like a board of investment, with a different board composition that has elements that you would recognize. And the third thing is that it has enterprise-like, using Montana's version of the word, aspects to it. So you're having a benefit beyond the borders of Montana. And the second point on this, Mr. Chair, is that we are also a longtime retained consultant to the legislature of Ohio to oversee their 5 pension systems. And I testified there before 3 different legislative bodies recently about board composition. And again, one of the many examples that I offered them was the way Montana approaches it. And also the structure. They don't have a board of investment structure. And I was giving comprehensive education. And the legislators were quite interested in that. It's a long way from where they are in their legacy structure. But I thought you might be interested in knowing that other states are interested, and in a very positive way, of what's being accomplished here in Montana. So I'll stop there.
Thank you.
That's good.
Good to know.
All right, tab 3, do we have Doug?
Why don't we go to 4? Louise is here. Doug, why don't you wander down?
Tab 4.
We should try those other ones I have. I like the Apple ones better.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome to tab 4. This is for the bond program. And very quickly, I know that we want to use our time very, let's try to keep it closed up here. So activity, let's go to the Intercap activity summary. What you're looking at is, on that top box, is just the status as of the 3rd quarter for the bond we used to fund those loans. And then also the loans activity, the interest rates. We do have, there was a question about our auto pay. That is coming up 91%, and then just recently that came up to 92%. So as things progress, we're getting it onto an auto pay situation.
92% auto pay.
92%
at this level.
auto pay.
Okay, good.
Yep, so things are moving along. So not to take up too much of your time, were there any more questions on the activity?
Very quick question.
Yeah.
Why are some of the boroughs not doing auto pay?
Not doing auto pay?
What is the other 8%? Why do they want?
Personal preference, and then there's also a scenario with a bond anticipation note, interim financing. When a trustee is in the middle of it, it's one of those kind of an impossible thing to do, so.
There's an extra level of
yeah,
procedure in there.
Exactly.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for the question. Any other questions? All right, moving on to the staff approved loan. There are no new borrowers, and I'm open for any questions. I just want to mention that DNRC, we did not have any new Intercap staff level Intercap commitments for them, so we didn't include those. Open for any other questions on the staff approved loans? All right, let's just skip right along to our next one is the Montana Housing Infrastructure Revolving Bond Program Portfolio. I think the name is longer than my memo here. We have one loan. Still, there's no new commitments on that. The balance there is 2 million, just a little over 2 million. The single loan that we have is at 1.71% that we are participating. That's the Board of Investment side. First Security is the one that has the other side of that term. It's a 15-year term, and their interest rate is 6.85. So that is, again, that was a project, the Rivera project, that those interest rates have been very helpful in keeping those costs low.
So is that some multifamily? I mean, what is the actual loan? This is for what type of development? Multifamily or residential?
It's multifamily affordable.
Oh, okay.
How much money do you have available in this program?
I will defer to Dan. How much money do you have available?
Full homes program based on passage of House Bill 505 is now 156 million. And that's split between the linked deposit program, Louise's bond program, and Doug's loan program.
But you'll get there once
That's why there's sorry, forgive me.
No, okay, go ahead.
That's why there's those three policies.
Correct.
So you'll get to that level once you get to 50 million June 30.
You're right, 106 now, 156 by June 30.
Okay.
Did you get your question answered, Maggie? Okay. Thanks, Louise.
You bet, thank you.
Right, back to tab 3, Doug.
Good morning. So the commercial and residential loan portfolios, the participation program had an outstanding balance as of April 30th of a little over 102 million, 49 loans. The yield is 2.98%. There's one committed loan for roughly 7.9 million. No past due loans. No past due loans in any of the programs other than the Veterans Home Loan. The infrastructure loan program had a balance of a little over 8.6 million. It was 8 loans. Yield on that is 3.85. There's one committed loan for 3.6 million. The two committed loans in the participation and the infrastructure are the Montana Knife Company loans that we approved.
The which?
Say that again?
Montana Knife Company.
Oh, yeah,
I do.
The intermediary relending program has a balance of almost 5.4 million. 40 loans, the yield is 2%. We have one committed loan for $250,000. The science and tech portfolio reflected a balance of a little over 281,000. It's one loan, the yield is 7.5. Montana Facility Finance Authority has a balance of a little over 11.7 million. That's 16 loans and the yield is 3.52. They have 2 reservations currently, a little over 2.1 million. The Veterans Home Loan program has a balance of a little over 48 million. That's 267 loans with a yield of 2.25. They have 4 loan reservations for 1.1 million. There's a total of 2 loans over 90 days past due, roughly 373,000 or 0.78.
So 2 out of 267.
Yeah.
And are those for single-family dwellings? Is that loan for?
Yeah. Yeah, this program is administered by the Board of Housing. For geared towards veterans, you gotta be a veteran. The loans can be guaranteed either through the Veteran Administration or FHA. So they've got a couple that are FHA.
But they're all guaranteed, right?
They're all guaranteed, yes.
And separate note, again, on 505 in the policy, you'll only see one more report on these. And then they will be, and if 924 passes, they won't be in our portfolio anymore. We'll get $115 million, the total authorized for the Veterans Home and the multifamily loan in cash to fully invest in the trust fund investment pool. So we'll be able to up the yields for our participants and not have to deal with these 2 loan programs on a go-forward basis if 924 is signed.
You said passed originally, but you meant signed by the governor.
Passage and approval is the way it's phrased.
It's not law yet.
Right.
What is the, when you said 115, that's a good, could you kind of, I was tracking and then I lost you there for a minute.
So the Veterans Home Loan Program maximum allowed is 50 million, and then the multifamily maximum allowed is 65 million.
Oh, okay, yeah, awesome.
Okay. So the multifamily cold trust home program that Dan referred to, that will be not on the report shortly, had a balance of a little over 34 million, had 12 loans at a yield of 3.16. It's broken out. There were 6 funded pre-HB 19 totaling 11.8 million. The yield is 2.21. They had 1 reservation of 1.9 million with a net interest of 2%. There's 6 loans funded post HB 19 totaling a little over 22.5 million with a yield of 3.65. They have 10 reserved loans totaling a little over 28.4 million, yield of 3.75. The May minimum is 3.78, the average cold trust investment performance is 4.28. There's no past due loans. Then the residential loan portfolio had an outstanding balance of a little over 966,000. That's 31 loans. The yield is 6.23. There's 2 loans over 90 days past due, roughly 6.83% of the portfolio. Both of those loans have FHA guarantees on it. So if they were to go into foreclosure, FHA would pay us off. And then the down payment assistance program had a balance of a little over 81.4 million, and it has 137 loans. And the repayment on those loans don't start until January of 27. So with that, questions?
So are those guarantees, do they also cover the interest that is?
Pardon, would you repeat
Do
that?
those guarantees also cover the interest on those loans?
Yeah, for a period of time, they do cover interest.
For a period of time, like not all of it then?
Well, they don't let you go forever. You know, it's like, you know, if it goes into default, then they'll pay interest up to this point because they want you to get the process going. So they limit the amount of interest that they'll pay.
How many months in arrears does it take to get the start pushing?
Well, typically, right away, you know, the Board of Housing who services these loans, at 30 days, they're contacting the borrower. At 90 days, that's when they start the process of like, we're gonna foreclose. You got the default process. There's other steps involved. I mean, it used to be where it was just like either you pay or it's gonna be foreclosed on. Well, now there's programs to where they'll take the past due amount and add it to the end just to help the borrowers out. In these loans, one of the 2 loans went into foreclosure. This is probably the 16th or 17th time. They've paid like $40,000 in attorney fees.
Is this one of the
$40,000 in attorney's fees, that's something to
And they bring the loan current. It gets right to the foreclosure date and they pay the past due payments along with the attorney fees and bring it current. So it's like they time it with some kind of a bonus that they get. The other one it's like $9,000 and hopefully this person can get things straightened out because these are all seasoned loans. They've been on the books for a long time. And so hopefully they'll all be able to.
So the one just previous, what's the balance left on it? Can't be very much.
Rough guess, it's like 70,000 or something, 60, 70. I don't understand it, but
that's what don't even try.
No.
So Doug, across these programs, how's kind of like new activity or interest, you know, across the state? Do you have anything?
Most activity I'm getting right now is for the sawmill revitalization program that you're gonna be looking at. There's other lenders that are kind of kicking the tires on participation loans. but the bulk of it is that sawmill.
Is that to get Sealy Lake going?
Less specific in the law, but intent, absolutely. Mhm.
There's a few of them.
It's Sealy's the activity. That's the activity.
But we're gonna talk about that later.
No, they saw them.
Yeah. Right, anything
Missoula
else?
could be in the mix too. It's a closed sawmill, as you can see in the policy, that they want to revitalize and get going again, but you know.
Anything else for Doug?
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Doug.
Thank you. Thanks, Lou.
All right, up against lunch.
Lunch, if everybody wants to gather their food and come back, we'll chat, and then we'll, if it's all right, reconvene at maybe 12:45 for IPSs.
Works for me.
Oh, we're looking forward to it.
Sure.
We're on so investment. We're gonna go back to tab 2, correct? To revisit the detailed expenses related to the fiscal year 2026 budget. Thanks, Mark.
So I passed out the spreadsheet. You can see bulk of that is in personal services. The rest of it is sort of where we have it today. We'll get it into those line items, into the Sabres individual accounts as we're able to in IBARs, but this is the next level of detail that you've asked for.
I have a couple questions. So there are a couple big drops, as you know, in other services. Those are all those recharge services, that's why that dropped so much.
Which one?
Other services went for the 1.9.
That's Department of Commerce.
And then other expenses went way down too. And what's that kind of?
Other expenses, so we used to have to pay for a position at the Department of Administration and the treasurers. Now we'll allocate that, instead of it coming out of our operating budget, it'll come out of the treasurer's fund as an investment expense, and they'll cover it.
Got it, thank you.
Any other questions?
You need a motion to approve the budget?
I'm gonna read this motion.
Yes, this
Oh,
includes
you can.
both programs,
This is just the investment program.
just the investment,
This is just UIP, yes,
not the enterprise.
not the enterprise. Because the enterprise is set on the spread that you set in, when we set the intercap rate, you set the spread and that sets the budget. Does that make sense? So let me ask it a different way. You've never asked for this level of detail on the enterprise fund. Nothing has changed with the enterprise fund. Would you like that level of detail on the intercap enterprise fund on a go-forward basis as well? If so, we can get it put together this afternoon as well.
I think we could probably defer that till the next budget round, because it is a smaller piece of the overall budget, but maybe, for next year, we could get, similar level of detail on both the UIP and the enterprise fund.
Will do.
All right, so we have a motion from Cindy. Is there a second?
Or she's gonna
I was just
actually read
gonna
the whole
read
thing
this,
into the.
there's actually a motion here for us to read.
And I'll second
Get it in
You'll
the
read the
record.
motion? Okay.
Yeah, I'd move to approve the internal budget of 5.968 million and authorize the executive director to move budget authority between budget classifications as long as the approved internal budget does not exceed 5.968 million. I further move external costs be approved as provided by law.
All right, we have a much more detailed motion from Maggie,
I second.
and we got a second from Cindy. All right, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. All right, now we're back to tab 5.
All right, so we're going to break this up, and Mr. Chairman, I hate to impose on the board, but I think for clarity's sake, if the committee's okay, we'll do these one at a time. So we'll walk through as staff what the policy is, motion, second, vote, as opposed to trying to adopt everything all at once.
I agree.
So John and I will tag team these as we go through based on Who drew the short straw at the dry run yesterday? The first policy is under securities litigation. This is a recommendation out of the DLA Piper fiduciary review we had done last year. This not only points to the securities, but any assets under the board would be subject to litigation if we believe there is a anticipate that litigation would be beneficial to the assets of the board. The entirety of the revisions are on the first page, and we would recommend it.
I'll move that.
Motion from Mark. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second from Cindy. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
10.700 credit enhancement. This simply adds the Montana Housing Infrastructure Revolving Loan Fund to the programs we can extend a credit enhancement to. This is based on passage of House Bill 505. And that we do put some limitations on it for the housing programs. Cannot exceed the assets beyond 24 months or 2/3 of the balance. This is to get us used to, we have that $156 million. We don't want to fully extend ourselves until we get a better understanding of the program. So we want to make sure we have 24 months worth of capital available. And then.
Sorry, is this BOI policy 10.700?
Yes. Okay. So that is 10.700.
Dan, or somebody,
Yes.
I would ask that we use the same acronym, this MHIRLF in the future for when Louise reports on it, when we refer to it. These acronyms just kill me.
Okay.
Hurls.
I'm just trying to
It's
be
not the-
consistent. I get confused.
I'm sorry for being ignorant, but I am. So on this, credit enhancement means exactly what? This is us using the resource, what the law that was passed, the allocation, and then credit enhancement means that is what we're giving to the banks, and then the banks are loaning it out, or what is the actual?
If you turn to page 3 of the bill, which is immediately following the policy.
Okay, yeah.
Subsection 5, secure any portion of bonds in lieu of the pledge of the issuer's revolving fund. So the way these work is.
Sorry, I am on page 3, I think, and so I lost you there. Where?
Subsection 5.
It's underneath.
Okay, the board investments may use the account established, am I right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So the way this works is when a municipality issues a bond to build water, sewer, eligible infrastructure projects, they typically, under current law, under prior current law, they had to pledge what's called the revolving fund. Well, that is simply a pledge to levy on all of the remaining property taxpayers in the district, that if the bond is not paid or goes into default, they'll tax everybody else. Well, that seized the market up after 2009. GFC, a couple of developers walked away from their projects. So everybody's been on their own to go build this public infrastructure. The premise of 505 is the state will step in lieu of the property taxpayer with these limited dollars that they've appropriated, the $156 million, and we will back those bonds.
Interesting.
It's actually, I think it's a really good solution because banks are oftentimes the interested lender in these infrastructure projects, but we won't do it without the revolving fund backing because you're dependent on multiple individual taxpayers making their tax payments on time. And so there's a kind of an issue from the bank standpoint to not have that. The county doesn't want to provide it because it kind of burdens all taxpayers with this risk. And so this program can provide that backstop to make banks comfortable and then get cities, counties comfortable to issue the debt. So I think it's a good solution and hopefully kind of unseizes the market like Dan said.
Good, great.
I assume 505's been signed by John.
Yes.
Just don't want to get the cart.
Absolutely. That's how you get in trouble.
With that, would you like a motion?
We'll take a motion on policy statement 10.700.
I would move to approve the revisions to policy 10.700.
Second.
All right.
Second.
Right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Policy 20.400, internal control policy. It basically moves the SOC audit into being the board's review of the internal control procedures. Previously, we'd have to do the SOC audit, and then you all would have to sign off that the SOC audit was done and the internal control procedures were reviewed. We view it as if you're paying someone to do the review of the SOC audit and you're adopting the SOC audit, you therefore have reviewed the internal control procedures.
I'll move the changes.
Motion for Mark.
I'll second that.
Second for Maggie. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
All right, policy 30.210, there is a new this was emailed out to you. Changes are all located on IC2 to reflect the changes in House Bill 863. The policy would now read, after board approval of the budget is submitted to the Governor's Office of Budget and Program Planning, you as an enterprise fund, you are now the approving authority.
Sorry, could you slow down just a second? I just was putting it in. So one more time? I apologize.
After board approval, the policy would now read, after board approval, the budget is submitted to the Governor's Office of Budget and Program Planning. You are now the approving authority, which is the legal term for our budget. And that is the change to the policy.
Entertain a motion.
Move to approve revision to policy 30.210.
Second. Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Policy 30.300 simply adds Chief Operating Officer to Deputy Director title pursuant to the board's title change earlier in the year.
I'll move the policy.
We have a motion.
I'll second.
Second for Maggie. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
This is one that's actually, sorry, okay, so can you describe the rationale behind this? I'm just curious.
The board voted to designate the Deputy Director as the Chief Operating Officer and Deputy Director, so we're updating the policy to reflect the new title that the board's adopted.
And the board has adopted that when?
February?
Last summer, sometime in there?
A little while ago.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
In the fall.
Yeah, it's prior to the last time we did the policy review, because we're now bringing it to you, the action took place and now we're updating the policy to reflect it.
And part of the reason was it was not clear who that deputy director was, I think, wasn't it? I
We
mean,
had the deputy director, we made her an exempt position, so now the deputy director is an employee of the board in one of what used to be known as an exempt position as opposed to under the state classification system. So,
But it was just in case you got hit by the Mack truck.
yes,
We'd have somebody in charge.
John was in Copenhagen.
the-
You're driving the bus? Okay.
So this is what, I mean, I'm sorry, I have heard about this from, other people. So and I don't know who remind me who this is. This is
Peggy McEwen.
yeah.
Peggy was the-
Bright red jacket.
So there's some thought process amongst the other agencies that she was a deputy director, and I think there is amongst the administrative staff, and I'm not saying the governor's administrative staff, I'm just saying, I've heard this from other people, that there was kind of the issue with raising, that there was something behind that, and I guess, I mean, from our perspective as the board, I guess it's great, right? I mean, like, that's what we should have. But is there any, I mean, I guess, could you please, being completely, again, ignorant of this whole thing, like, can you elucidate what might be concerns otherwise so that I can make an informed decision on it?
I've heard those same rumor mill sort of things that other agency deputy directors are, I'll call it, jealous of actions of the board. It's nothing new to us. John and I make more than other agency directors, kind of like State Fund does, et cetera. Particularly in some of the agencies that we deal with on a daily basis. And a couple of things. One, the classification for deputy director, when D of A did a revision to their classification codes, they did away with what was called an operations manager, and they created it as a business manager. So Peg, in her being the person in that position, had about a 40%, if not greater, move in her market. We were never consulted about it. We were never discussed.
Can you repeat that? 40, I didn't hear what you said there.
Her market was decreased substantially from where it had been between an operations manager and a business manager, which, and that's, right. So we said, okay, what other deputy director has HR, IT, payroll, all of the responsibilities she has, plus she's part of our succession planning, which is, again, very distinct from every other state agency. So the board voted unanimously to say, nope, this employee, formalizing the management structure as it is in the governance policy, that John, Peg, and I are your representatives. Again, it's not, those agencies that are complaining about this, they don't have the same legal responsibilities that we do. So I wouldn't say it's an apples to apples comparison. But if they, for the few that I have discussed it with, they can call me and I'll walk them through the individual roles and responsibilities. And her JD does not match up with the JDs that from the folks that are complaining about it.
Okay. Thank you. Like I said, it's good to hear this thought out.
All right, the motion passed.
Maybe before John starts, very quickly, I don't know that we need a motion on this, but I had several of you express some, I'll say, confusion over the individual investment policy statements that we had. In this instance, we have private credit asset class investment policy statement. The numbers are different and the underlying data is different because the policies are different, but what we'd like is we'll just go through and add that if it's for TFIP, it'll be TFIP, private credit asset class investment policy statement, STIP, etc. So it'll be more than just 40.500 and then expect everybody to know that the 500 series is trust fund. It'll be 40.500, 506 or whatever it is, TFIP private asset class investment. So we'll add the asset class or the pool to the investment policy statement just for clarity purposes. To the title. Just to the title.
That would make a
Not
huge.
changing anything at all, so.
That would make a huge.
Okay.
Sorry, 40.206?
We're getting into, we're on that now.
So that one would read as an example, if we went through and did this. Pension or cap, I guess however we decide. Cap, probably cap, real estate asset class. To make it clear in the title that it's.
We nerds who deal with this on a daily basis know 200 is
We also have a real
cap.
estate asset class,
Oh, yeah.
one of
yeah,
these
right.
for trust fund, and we also have one for state fund,
Yeah, that makes sense.
so. I'm just changing the title, so you don't have to
Blame
go
me
with
I
for
so
blame me
moved.
for asking.
I think.
You were not the only one, Maggie. It's
Thank
okay.
you. Oh, thank you, God.
I think we're just saying
I was right there with you.
that, just a title change.
Yeah, sounds good. You need a motion?
You need a motion, Ted?
If you're just okay with us doing that, we'll just do that for clarity.
It's not a policy statement change, because we're not changing anything in the policy statement.
This is title.
Just the
not-
title.
You don't need a policy statement to do
We need a form filled out in triplicate for that.
Yeah, really.
With 9 signatures.
All right, ready to move forward then?
Yep.
All right, so 40.206, the cap real estate asset class. On page 2 there, the sub-strategies, just adjusting the ranges here to reflect basically where we're going or where we've gone. And so kind of swapping the core plus exposure with the non-core, so increasing core plus a little bit, decreasing non-core a little bit. And then you may recall, it's been a few years since we sort of implemented some of this. We didn't know exactly how much we would need room-wise, and so in probably real estate debt and public real estate securities, we're comfortable just reducing the range there a little bit to reflect reality, which is that we're not going to the top of the range in those particular areas. So that's the change.
John, is there an underlying rationale for that? I mean, I looked at it and I'm going, why would you mess with this? You know, and I was trying to figure out why.
You know, I could see we're probably getting towards the top end of the range in the core plus. That would probably be the primary thing where we might breach something. The rest of it, I would say, is just kind of a cleanup. We wouldn't necessarily have to move anything. We'd still be within range. I don't know if we get there. I mean, as you know, our decisions aren't completely driven by this. It's what opportunity is in front of us and what opportunity looks good. But we do like core plus because it's, you know, solid.
I wondered if it was kind of a reaction to where you were and you're kind of there, and so it's time to
say that's
change it.
Fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions?
I move approval of the change revisions to 40.206.
Motion, Cindy, second from Porter, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Okay, 40.502, this would be the trust fund real estate asset class. Just a clarification here really that the trust fund owns the Montana properties and can own the Montana properties. I think we are okay with the current policy statement. I would classify this as more of a separate account currently. It's got its own MU and things, but thought that it was prudent to put a specific point on that in the trust fund portfolio. So,
Dan and John, you guys want? I just want to make sure, like, you're not the pressure of that. Is the desire, or does it make sense for the board to be owning more local real? In your opinion, are you happy with where that is, or is it something that you push against? Because it probably will be, like you said, you'll probably get more because you've had success. More and more will be landlords, right? Yep. Or we will be landlords, I guess that's what I should say.
I think we talked about this in February.
Right.
They're gonna keep coming to us. We're just efficient and quick and they make money. Particularly if it's non-general fund agencies occupying the space. The piece that I like about direct ownership of the Montana properties is it's not an investment that's delegated to staff. You all have to approve an acquisition or a purchase or some sort of action on that. So if it's something we don't like, we can say, no, we're not gonna do that. Would I envision a universe where we start purchasing assets with trust fund dollars that exist today? Highly unlikely. But if someone wants to give us the money and have it park in the trust fund and distribute the income, kind of hard to say no to free money.
So I mean, just to add to that, I think, as Dan and I have discussed this many times, if they come with something like that, it has to meet a trust fund hurdle, right? It's not an investment if we're subsidizing something or another, right? So that's how we differentiate, and he'll talk later about the REIS fund and some of the projects that we already have that I don't consider an investment. So it's not going to be in the trust fund pool, it's in some other, the legislature has said you must build this thing and you're going to subsidize whatever, the Deer Lodge project, for instance. That's fine, but it's not a trust fund investment at that point. It's something else.
Did I hear you say the direct Montana properties are in a separate account? Is that what you said?
They're within
the TFIP.
They're within TFIP, but I think they have their own MU, if I recall.
Yes.
So we can track them.
It's an accounting line that we can track them individually.
Yeah, okay.
John, what do you mean by external management?
Where are we looking at here? On two, just above the red line?
Yeah.
So that would be any other real estate managers that Ethan.
So you just delegate the management of the facility out to somebody?
Not for the, well, we do delegate out the property management for the Montana properties, but in this context here, we'd be referring to other investments that we have where we're in a real estate fund.
Oh, so you're saying.
Because this is handling the whole real estate asset.
Right, this is the whole real estate asset class, so external managers like we would have.
Private equity, real estate groups.
Right, private equity, right, yes, exactly, thank you.
But we're not in the business of managing any real estate, hands-on management.
No.
Making sure the plumbing works, the lights work, the rent's getting paid.
Right.
Somebody else's.
Right.
Not that,
Thank you for that clarification.
at a higher level.
We've contracted it out, but we also get the phone calls that the roof's leaking. And, yeah, no, it's, I wish it was that clean, but it's not.
Okay,
So move.
We gotta keep you on your
toes.
toes. We have a
Yeah.
motion from John,
I'll second.
second from Maggie, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you. 40.506, the trust fund private credit asset class. So this is just an oversight on my part. When you approved private credit in October as an asset, part of the asset allocation to the trust fund, you will see the exact same thing coming up in a minute for Montana State Fund. We forgot to put the sub-asset class language in there that says what we can invest in. We have this in all of our other portfolios, as you know, so it's just this is a cleanup as much as anything else.
So, private investments has, is it the general, the overriding policy statement is 40.500?
Correct.
Okay,
So that would give us the asset allocation. This is the private credit asset class, sub-asset portion of it, and it's giving us the parameters of what we can invest in within private credit.
40.500 has the ranges, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'll move 40.506.
I'll second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Okay, 40.600, the STIP pool. This cleanup or this change is to allow STIP to distribute the excess earnings from the reserve account to the participants. So you may or may not recall for the last 17 years or whatever it's been for the STIP, we've created the reserve account a long time ago. That target, if you will, is 1.15% of the NAV within STIP, and the STIP NAV has obviously changed through time. We are there, or will be there by the end of this fiscal year, that 1.15%. And so we will stop reserving. We don't need to reserve anymore. The interest from that reserve account, which the STIP pool owns, we're asking for the authority to distribute at least a portion of that income to the back to the participants.
And that means it goes back to the fund?
Goes back to the STIP pool, would be distributed as earnings to the participants, because they own the STIP reserve. It's there for their benefit. That will, at current, our estimate at current interest rates, would amount to about $2.5 million annually currently that would flow back to.
Distributed pro rata?
Pro rata based on their STIP.
Holdings at a
their
point in
STIP
time.
holdings. Yes.
At a point.
Each day.
Each day.
So we distribute, the way we reserved is we would reserve a certain dollar amount each day. We would distribute a certain dollar amount each day.
Each day that is over the 1.15.
Yes, the 1.15, we hit that in March-ish.
Well, we really just hit it very recently because STIP popped up to $9 million.
We got income tax and property tax came in, so.
We didn't, it's sort of a moving target, and what we've always said is that rate that we're trying to reserve for is sort of an average of what we have and what we sort of see in the future in terms of the size of STIP. But we think that $9 billion, which we're at $9 billion today in STIP, that's kind of a peak.
And the 2 million that you said, that's annual, what is that, what's the term on that?
So that would be an estimate of what we would distribute annually if rates went to where we thought. We're projecting what the market says rates will be in the future.
And so it's just adding section D,
So-
line item D or whatever. Excess earnings from the reserve.
Yes, it's just allowing us to distribute those earnings.
I move.
Motion from John,
Second.
seconds, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you. 40.707, this is the one, same as what we just talked about, except for Montana State Fund, adding the private credit asset class. Our policy statement here, we approved an allocation to private credit in October for state fund as well.
You approval 4077?
Motion,
I'll second.
seconds, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
40.800, looking at pages 4 and 5. So taking out here the reference to trust fund and state fund investment parameters. The investment parameters for trust fund and state fund are encompassed in their policies. And this has been confusing for us because oftentimes we change something in the trust fund policy and we forget to then go and change it here. It's really unnecessary, I would argue.
40.800 is what we're talking about, it's coal severance tax investment, you said state fund, I mean
I'm
short
sorry,
term.
yes,
Okay.
yes. It's the coal severance tax investment policy, we're eliminating the reference to the trust fund and STIP. You're right, I put that in there wrong.
Okay.
STIP.
Because they have their own.
Parameters, because they already have their own investment policies, the parameters are spelled out in the trust fund and STIP policies.
And that's
So
the only
yes,
change that you have here?
That's the only change that we have for that one.
I'll move the policy change.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
40.807, coal severance tax perm fund, eliminating, subject to
Passage and approval.
passage and approval of HB 924, we would eliminate the reference to the veterans and multifamily home programs because those would move over to the Board of Housing. And then we are also reflecting some job title changes here that were approved for board staff for Duggan employees.
Well, okay, so the motion needs to be subject to.
Contingent upon passage and approval of House Bill 924 in this.
Is approval and signature?
Passage and approval. So passage is what the legislature does, approval is after the governor signs. So it's passage and approval.
So if it doesn't, if he doesn't sign it, then.
This
we'll go
change
back
doesn't.
to-
The change does not happen.
Okay, so contingent on passage and approval of House Bill 924, I move approval of the changes to policy 40.807.
Second.
All right, the motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
So then we're gonna have to do contingent on like a lot of these.
There's several, yeah, and we'll point those out as we go.
You better, in minutes, you better list all these out, especially the.
I'm making motions of who's moving what and where and what's contingent and what's not as we go, so yes.
40.900, separately managed accounts investment policy statement. Again, apologies, Mark, same thing here. I put SFIP, I should have put STIP. Eliminating the reference to trust fund and STIP investment parameters that is encompassed in those policies. And then removing the accounts policy list, because again, we continually have policies that we approve and we forget to update the list here. It's not necessary because we have the numbering system. It's listed in order on the website within our governance manual currently. So I'd ask for a cleanup here.
These are funds that are in the TFIP.
These are the separately managed accounts, list of separately managed accounts.
And as long as it's in the overall separately managed.
If you go to the website, they're says separately managed accounts and they're all in order
And so
according to the
these
numbers.
policies would apply to those separately managed accounts.
it's just eliminating that list so we don't forget to, we update it on the website and as the policy exists, but we forget to put it in here.
Okay, I'll move the changes to policy, whatever it's called, 40.900.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Okay, 40.926 removes the NIGARD fund for the Historical Society's request. There are no assets in this particular endowment, and there won't be apparently. In addition, they asked us to add the endowment language here, so because they have both endowments and trusts, and I will leave it to Cindy or someone else to explain what a difference between an endowment and trust is, but I accept them at their word that they're slightly different. So a little cleanup for Historical Society.
Not that big.
I agree, but they wanted it, so.
Right. Well, I mean, it should be listed properly.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, is there a motion for 40.926?
I move the revisions to 40.926.
Second. Second from Porter, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Okay, 40.951 have moved to different numbering.
I have, the next thing on mine is 4952.
Yeah, I don't have.
Okay, that's what I have as well.
Do you have this?
Yeah,
So on your desk, again, this, we have the updated memo. 40.950, 40.951, and 40.952.
The
We just don't have the document.
Just don't have the detail.
They're repeals. They're
They're leaving.
they're repealers.
Okay.
It's going away.
Dan will talk about them because they're just moving to a
So-
different section.
What we're doing is rather than having them in the investment section in the 40s, these are Montana-specific investments because they're in the housing programs. So we're moving them from Chapter 40, which is investments, to Chapter 70, that is Montana-specific investments. So 950, 951, and 952 would all be moved, or I'm sorry,
952 stays.
950 and 951 moved to 70.750 and 70.780. That would be the Montana Housing Infrastructure Revolving Fund and the Real Estate Investment Service. John thinks it's, and I agree, these are not necessarily investments, back to the earlier conversation. These are more legislative mandates, so we put them over in the titles, Chapter 70s, Montana-specific investments.
So, again, I'm sorry, I don't have, what I have on the book moves to, and this sounds so ridiculous, I apologize, the 952. When I look at the remaining handouts, I have policy 40.10, policy 40.1020, policy 70.751.
They're already in the book.
We did not include the repealers because we moved them to the other sections. Savvy, would you please pull up on the website policy 40.950?
So there's no change other than the section.
Other than it goes away and it's added into.
It's coming up.
Oh, it's later in the book.
Yeah, go back to your
we're-
7.7, they're in numerical order.
Oh, I see, it's later in the, it's right here, okay, got it. Okay, great, fantastic. Sorry,
Yeah,
again, forgive
I was
me.
confused too, so it's
It's a little, there's a ton this time, it's confusing. I agree, I got confused.
So we're at 70.750.
Well, we'll go back, we'll do 40.952 first.
Okay.
Keep going on those ones. So 40.952, again, subject to passage and approval.
Yes.
Of House Bill 924. Debt and liability free account would be made, it would become a permanent account upon passage and approval. And so we would ask to, if that happens, we would ask to add the trust fund as an approved investment there because we would have some longer runway ability to make some extra yield basically in
And
trust
is
fund.
it separately managed account? It's an SMA?
Yeah.
What's it now?
It's an SMA now, it's just not, but it's not a permanent SMA. So we didn't feel like we had the ability, because we didn't know the term of some of these things, to, invest for 5 years when it could disappear tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, Madam Motion. Subject to passage and approval of House Bill 924, and move that we adopt changes to 40.952.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
So 40.953, again, this is one subject to passage and approval of 952. This would just be rolled into the debt and liability free account, because fund liability is a liability of the state. It would live within the debt and liability free account. Nothing you need to approve there, I don't think, because it's a repeal.
Well, this would repeal 90.95 or 40.953. When it was a temporary account, they wanted to have a place to encumber the funds, which an account at BOI was a mechanism to encumber the funds. Now that it's a permanent account, they can encumber the funds themselves within, for our purposes, policy 40.952, and they can track it and its performance and all the rest of it within Sabres. We don't need to track it within State Street or have an MU separately. They being the governor's office, they get to, that's their account, and if they choose to defease the old fund, or if they choose to defease something else, they do it now that it's a permanent fund.
So what happens if House Bill 924 isn't approved and whatever?
Then nothing changes and the policy is not repealed.
Repealed, yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure we all understand that.
Absolutely.
It gets confusing here.
Yes, it does.
So is the only thing that was in 953 that gets in 952 then subsection, what's now I? Must be.
Okay.
Okay, nothing to vote on there, right?
No, you'd have to vote to repeal contingent upon passage and approval of House Bill 924.
Well, we don't have a piece of paper in here that says that's what you want us to do, but I would move to repeal 40.953. Contingent upon passage approval of House Bill 924.
I would second that.
A motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
I did that without a piece of paper.
I'm sorry, I did not include the repealers. I will redline them out on a go
When
forward.
we get to the ones that you want to repeal 40.950 and 9501, you better remind us to repeal these.
I have them circled, but yes.
Okay, all right.
So, in discussion, so I mean, like I was looking at all these last night, and my wife is an attorney, like she's the attorney on this stuff, a lot of it, and I have good resources to hear about this and go, okay, that's what that means. But one thing that I guess I would recommend, or I think would be good to do, is I don't think all of us, it would be nice to have like a day, a week before the board meeting, where we could go through some of these. There's so much here in these board meetings typically. It might be helpful to have a day, a week beforehand, just to kind of, that there's an open time where we come in and, hey, let's review this just really quick so that we know exactly what we're doing. Because this gets confusing.
So how we've dealt with that in the past is we pay for 2 days of per diem for a one-day meeting. And I call all the board members, for instance, I called you yesterday, any questions, anything you want to get up to speed on. If you want to do more than that, we can do more than that, but that has been sufficient for the board up to this point that.
He didn't have any questions because his eyes were glazed over.
Now, you guys need to remember, we went through these policies, every single one of them, and discussed them and had meetings. Some of us did. I don't know, were any of you guys, were you there,
I was there.
Daniel?
Yeah.
I mean, it was a lot. I think what they've done here is amazing. It makes it simple for my brain, which is simple. And
But I think John is right. We do have some new legislation and several new policy statements that would be helpful to understand.
But if you get
It's
just.
my fault. I should have like looked through like a week before or whatever, or, and, you know, then come, just, yeah, I can come in. It's not a big deal. But I'm just saying it might be helpful because especially as a new member, and maybe people who've been here for a while, this isn't the issue. But there's usually, in good governance, in my opinion, you know, like I want to know what I'm doing and so, or like looking at. And I think it would be helpful to, and maybe this is on an individual case and I just call you up and say, hey, I'm gonna come in on Monday and let's look through this. But but it might be a good idea where before the next big board meeting, maybe at the Monday before or something, you can say, hey, just to remind people to stop by if you have any questions or something like that.
I mean, I will continue to call all the board members before the meeting to see if you have any questions. And if, I mean, as of our conversation, you didn't have these, I'm happy to make that call a week earlier.
Yeah.
We've actually moved back the mailing dates 2 weeks from the week we used to do. So I will make a note to myself to call you several times before next meeting. And then if the board members want to have a pre-meeting meeting, we can schedule those as well.
You know, another thing that might help is you guys, when you go through these, you've got a 2 to 3 sentence statement that you make about what the intent is.
Isn't it?
To put that in as kind of a preamble, yeah, kind of like that.
On the sheet, it's on the
Yeah,
sheet.
well, I'd say I missed that. I wasn't smart enough to look at the thing up front.
Yeah, just add a sentence.
Forgot that was there.
Add another sentence to this one, the investment policy statement review. It just kind of has the.
And the more that we're all together, the more we get this anyway. I mean, I know that you guys have a lot more experience at this than me certainly, so.
Yeah, and from the memo perspective, I mean,
The memos are awesome.
I try to strike a balance between giving you a little bit of the bullet points of what, you know, we're trying to get at. I'm sure I'm not always spot on how we state it, but, you know, I don't wanna write a novel either that you have to read the whole
You do a great job.
thing, so.
And we don't always have this much of it.
No, there's not always this. I mean, the legislative stuff was a lot this go around. And if
so
you thought you were
probably-
confused, as soon as we talk about GoTrust, now you're gonna be even more confused, so.
Thank you.
There's not always 57 pages of policies.
No,
Thank God.
thank goodness.
Yeah.
So GoTrust, Growth and Opportunity Trust, 40.1000, 40.1010, 40.1020, these are all kind of tied together. Created by the legislature, not signed yet, subject to passage and approval of House Bill 924. This is a new trust, basically. I would point you first and foremost, I think the easiest thing to look at is this document, which should be behind your 40.1020. This gives you the flows of how they structured this. So for the purposes of the board, if you're looking at that, we will be responsible for the distribution box here at the top. That's 40.1010. And 40.1020 is the pension box, the green box there. The housing piece that you see on this page, that goes to Board of Housing and really doesn't have anything to do with us other than is part of this whole thing. A nuance that I would tell you about, and Dan and I will tag team this because he probably knows far more about this than I do, but the pension piece of this portfolio, the way that the language exists in this, and I pulled it out and now I've lost it. Oh, there it is. It refers to the pension portion of this trust as funds in the account may only be used to transfer into a state administered pension fund. So we interpret that as that fund is an asset of the pensions. And therefore, we believe that we can invest in equities, unlike our other separate accounts, right? So, subject to passage and approval, we would then ask the Attorney General for an opinion that supports that, yes, you can invest in equities. And if that's the case, then we will do so. Now, if you look at the flow chart here, the money that they've appropriated to move into these portfolios, so essentially for fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25, there's a total of about 580 million that goes into the distribution and the pension funds. Those funds then make interest, which funnels down into the blue box there and then gets dropped down into the 4 separate sub-accounts here: the water, bridges, childcare, and tax relief, up to a certain maximum. So we think that the intent of the legislature was to create this permanent account that kicks off interest, and then that interest is paid down into those accounts. However, 50% of that interest funnels back up into the pension bucket, okay? So our initial intent would be to take that initial principal that we would get, put that primarily into trust fund assets, so higher yielding assets, right? Kicking off, for the sake of easy math, 5%. We would sort of view that as the principal payment that sits there in those trusts and kicks off interest. When the interest payout gets paid back up into pensions, because they take 50% of that interest then each year, that's what we would start investing in equities and potentially any future distributions into these funds from the volatile revenue calculation that is involved in the bill as well. Clear as mud, I know.
Yeah.
So with this new bill, where's the money come in? I mean, what's driving the money in?
So the legislature appropriated for fiscal year 24, there's 474 million that drops into that distribution and pension fund bucket.
Okay.
For fiscal year 25.
That's why it's
Fiscal
called
year,
volatile.
fiscal year 25, you mean? In fiscal year 25?
Fiscal year 24.
24 was the first.
Well, it says for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2024, that's fiscal year 25.
That's fiscal 25, that's this year.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. Fiscal year, calendar year, it's rough, but yes, before June 30
Before June
of
30.
this year.
Right, so that's fiscal 25.
There's 250 million though, right?
Okay.
You're saying fiscal 24, but it's fiscal 25.
You're right. So fiscal 25, 474 million. Fiscal year 26, another 108 million has been appropriated. Fiscal year 27, there's another 82.8 million. And then past that, it flows into the volatile revenue formula, which they determine how much they may or may not want to put into additional into that.
So-
Wherever they came
So
up with the
fiscal year
volatile.
25 though, legislative, is this
So by
contingent
June 3rd, by
upon-
June 30th this year, contingent upon
25.
passage and approval of HB 924.
That's what I wanted to make sure I was on the same page, because I'm thinking, how
So-
can you,
So 500,000 comes in, 500 million comes in basically. And then it's split into,
4 buckets. Is that right? 4 buckets?
3 buckets.
3 buckets?
3 buckets, right? Or
Well,
it comes into the pension or it comes into what?
Portion of that comes, so it's in, so if you look at page 1 of 40.1000.
Right.
In section E, it delineates what the dollars are for each of those funds for those periods.
Got it, okay.
So, John, here's a problem I have. So you've got these, the Growth and Opportunity Trust
Yes,
has 2 funds. It has the distribution fund
yes,
and has the pension fund.
Yep.
Now, it says that you're going to distribute in the Growth and Opportunity Trust. That means all the investment earnings in those 2 distribution funds, or those 2 funds.
all the earnings from those 2 funds drops into the
Drops
the
in,
blue
and
bucket.
then 50% of that goes back into the pension.
Correct.
Okay, so that includes any distribution from dividend, interest, and all that sort of thing, once you are investing in public securities?
Yes.
Okay.
It does not include unrealized gains.
Right.
So capital appreciation in the pension
How
fund.
do you know it doesn't include realized gains?
Because that's what the policy says. That's how we treat unrealized gains.
I understand.
So
Is shortage or something?
So the pension fund trust is a reserve, for lack of a better word, for the pensions. So it can only be tapped if we drop below the actuarial hurdle for 2 years, up to a maximum of 150 million a year.
So we have to be below the inception to date actuarial hurdle for 2 consecutive years, at which point the TRS board or the PRS board can draw on that pension fund for an amount equal to what would get them to the actuarial hurdle, but no more than $75 million a year. So 75, 150, 300 million in any given biennium. So,
So is it the thinking here to kind of support that by putting, I mean, was that the legislative's thinking that?
Backup insurance policy.
Add a little to that?
The legislative intent behind this was have a bucket of money available that in case we do not hit the inception to date actuarial returns, there's sufficient cash on the sides to come in. So when you look at the Go Trust, as it's affectionately called, it wanted to de-risk the finances of the state, was one of the preliminary objectives of the sponsor. 2 places it does that. 1, the pensions that we've talked about, investment risk being the single biggest risk to the pension funds. 2, volatile revenue. So when you look at the volatile revenue, that's partnership income, that's capital gains, that's those income streams that do this. But the legislature, at least most legislators, don't view general fund revenues doing this as doing this. They see a bottom line number and say, hey, you know what we should do? Let's build at the peak, expenditures to the peak, or cut taxes at the peak, and then the next year those revenues are down. So the attempt here is to smooth out general fund revenues over the long term. So after this biennium, we have an established amount, which, whether you wind up around $300 million in the pension fund, which is exactly what you're eligible to draw. But then on a go-forward basis, that CAGR 10-year volatile revenue number smooths out so that the legislature doesn't see a really big year in partnership income or a really big year in capital gains, that they then go say, oh, well, this is going to go to Medicaid provider rates. The next year it falls off a cliff, as those sorts of incomes tend to do, and now all of a sudden you have a budget deficit. So high level, that was the premise of it. We get to deal with just the incoming. Someone else gets to deal with the volatility and the rest. Distribution, pensions, hours, housing, we get rid of those lower performing assets in the Coal Trust that are the housing programs. We get that backfilled with cash so we can go fully invest in trust fund instead of having subsidized loans in the program. And then we don't have to deal with it anymore. Like I said earlier, those 2 things, back to the point of what should we do and what should we not do? Well, we shouldn't be doing loan funding for other state agencies and capital calls for other state agencies. That's now gone. Pensions and distribution, we will distribute that income to the interest, what's labeled here as interest. We call it an income account. 50% of that will pop back up to the top. John's proposal is that that be used to get capital appreciation, which is something we typically can't do in state government because of the constitutional prohibitions in Article 8, Section 13. We'll be able to get those higher yielding public equity assets into this one sleeve because it doesn't fit anywhere else, assuming the Attorney General gives us his blessing.
And passage approval.
And passage and approval.
So I'm thinking of other systems, and this is a pretty unique piece of legislation. I've never seen one like this. But tying it to the AROR essentially makes it a contribution stabilizing fund that's off to the side, but has automatic triggers. The only situation I know of, well, there's two of them. One of them is Pennsylvania, but instead of using a fund, they actually use the participants. And if there's shortfalls versus the AROR, it triggers a series of additional employee contributions until that is backfilled and remedied. So, two different mechanisms, but I think the same goal.
The only place we have sort of, because of the contract right under the Constitution for the benefit, the only place we have sort of employee skin in the game is on the guaranteed annual benefit adjustment. So you don't get a full guaranteed annual benefit adjustment until the systems are 90% funded. And then if they drop below 90% funded, then the GABA scales back. So
I'm not suggesting that you should, I'm just
saying
that another state went at this stabilization in a different way, using a different method. This one is unique, I'm learning something.
And
John's
this
a
was
good
all
teacher.
new appropriation, right?
all new
From the
appropriation,
surplus,
total new money. Yep.
That hopefully in the long run will give you a smoother sailing.
So, John, so we know that because of state law, we can't start with any equity holdings in here, but because it's an interest payment, it's sort of a loophole that we can add equity.
No, because this, we think because of the way this law was written, this is an asset of the pensions. And the pensions are specifically called out as being able to invest in equities.
So if we think holding equities within this bucket is a good idea, why wait to get the interest payments to buy the equities? Why wouldn't we just allocate toward equities off the bat?
Because we also think that the intent, if I were to invest everything in equities, obviously the dividend payment for the equities is, call it 1.3% versus 5% in trust fund. So we are going to be shortchanging to a certain degree the intent of what we think the legislature had, that these buckets for water, bridges, childcare, and tax relief get funded from that initial money at least that they put in there. And so that is why we wouldn't immediately.
But that's the distribution bucket.
Yeah. No, that's both.
No,
That's from the income.
Distribution, the interest from both the pension and the distribution bucket falls down into that interest bucket
Okay.
and then gets
All right,
distributed.
that makes sense.
Except that 50% of it goes back to pension, which.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then
Thanks
So
for
that's
asking that
where,
question.
so we would be
Yeah.
shortchanging
Yeah.
them below a little bit, if you
We've
will.
talked ad nauseum about our total return philosophy, so it's.
No, I mean, it's a very fair question. I mean, and this is confusing and we
Yeah.
went round and round ourselves about it quite a bit.
And we couldn't have a sub-account that we do more interest on one side and less on the other.
Now,
Just the way it's
that,
worded.
that said, Dan, to your point, we've talked about this as well. The caveat I would put there is nothing preventing us from doing that, right? So if,
There's nothing in law that would prevent you from doing that.
well, assuming that passage and approval, assuming the Attorney General gave us an opinion that said, yes, you could invest in equities, there isn't anything that would say that I can't invest, 50, 60, 70% of this pension bucket in equities. So what we've talked about is, hey, if the market tanked tomorrow and we're down 30, 40% and it just looks like this is the best time ever to go back into equities, maybe we would. Okay, so I'm not shutting off the possibility, but I think we want to be as true as we can to sort of the intent of what the legislature created here. That seems like the best way to do it. And any additional volatile revenue in future years, which is, we don't know what that could be, that also, so that bucket could build up quicker than just the interest payments going in.
Interesting.
And it truly is a distribution of just interest, not interest in capital gains.
No capital gains, just interest.
Sounds like a great idea and I hope it works.
It doesn't include,
Doesn't include unrealized.
We don't distribute
I
unrealized
thought you
gains.
said any earnings in those accounts.
We do not distribute unrealized gains
You said,
across the.
What if there's
Or
capital,
What if they're capital realized gain, just realized?
realized gain?
Would we sell, so let's say we go buy a portion of the index. Why would we sell it to distribute that income if the premise of buying it is capital appreciation?
If it's a reallocation and you want to reduce your exposure there, now you've got technically an accounting gain, but that, you don't distribute that either, right?
We don't on the other portfolios.
Yeah.
So no capital gains in this interest earning.
It's, I mean, you can see it's interest. What we have is we have a great opportunity of a bunch of new money that can build wealth for this and future generations. We also have a current liability that the legislature handed us on the bottom half. So every one of those constituent groups is going to expect the maximum amount of income we can generate on an annual basis. At the same time, everybody's expecting us to go get some level of capital appreciation.
Right.
So we have like the best and worst of both worlds. So the tightrope we're trying to walk here is, I think this board has historically agreed that an equity allocation is superior to a purely trust fund STIP allocation for the purposes of long-term asset growth. We have a very narrow window to do that within the pension, just this pension bucket. We also know that those constituents along the bottom are expecting, you know, their X percent of dollars every year to fund their bridges and their water lines and their childcare services and some sort of property tax rebate. So the premise is get the corpus built up to that, you know, $250 million, have a good predictable income stream off of that, and then use that 50%, I'll call it recapture from the interest account to go get that longer term capital appreciation and higher returns. That way, the constituent groups know they at least have a floor of distributions and appropriations they can rely on. But we also know that we're getting longer term returns for the next generation of folks who may want to use this.
Dan, when you look at that, do you see like, what's your estimate of that looking forward in 5 years, 10 years? Balance wise, would it be 500 million?
Like how much is in the total funds here, or how much?
How much has grown with the set aside, that opportunity that we're taking some of that residual and investing it? I mean, what do those numbers look like? Does it look like?
We had Willie model that.
Well, so, I mean, just rough numbers, I mean, if we've got, call it, you know, 300 million in the pension, or well, 600 million across these two buckets. If at today's kind of STIP yield at 5%, you're gonna be dropping 30 million down into that interest bucket. 50% of that, so 15 million goes back up into pension. So if we're just talking that, I'm continually investing, so let's say the next 5 years, okay, that's $75 million. However, the part that's completely unknown is are there additional amounts dropping in from the volatile revenue piece? And if we got those, it could be much higher than that potentially.
So obviously, there's no way to segregate the distribution to pension and then to the remainder that would then flow down. Because obviously there's kind of conflicting strategies and interests.
Yeah.
So kind of to Dan's point, that's not possible.
Right.
Okay.
No, because the law is very specific about how this works. Based on this lovely flow chart that Dan found for us.
It is not as straightforward as we would have otherwise liked.
Yeah, but could you really make it straightforward?
Better than this. I don't.
I mean, it's a complicated thing.
This flow chart is infinitely easier than the statute itself, which is why the sponsor said in the Senate committee, look at the picture, don't look at the words. God love them. I think there's really good intent here that we start to fund some core services like having safe bridges to drive on and having water systems that work and having a workforce, you make your judgments on that bottom four. I think the intent was, let's stop leaning so much on property and income taxes and start leaning more in on investment income. Whether or not that's, done right, or this is the perfect mechanism, that's not ours to judge. We've been handed a bill and, close to $750 million to invest to maximize those returns. The policy that John's put in front of you is relatively straightforward. Trust fund and STIP for the distribution and pension funds as the state allocates dollars to it. Or separate securities, sort of our standard fare. The nuance on this one is, do we add the kicker of equities into the pension fund, giving the limitations of Article 8, Section 13 on private corporate capital stock only for 25% of the state fund and assets of the public pension systems?
What does court say?
Court says yes. But this is one that my advice to the board is get the AG opinion, get the arbiter of nuance in legislation to give us the full permission, because this is one that this is out of the ordinary. This trust is out of the ordinary, but also these sorts of assets
Do
don't
you
come
think,
along.
so if we respect the original principal amount and try to maximize distributable income from that, that now that we're layering in equities on top for the pension side, that gets us off the hook, or somebody says, hey, why isn't our income growing?
I think we're following the law.
Okay.
And
It's always a good idea.
I think we're trying to, as Dan said, tread that line by respecting everybody's interests. So I would hope they'd all be happy. I guess my other, when you think about the dividends or interest that are dropping in the bottom line, if I'm growing that equity piece faster, even though dividends are smaller, that becomes bigger just by virtue of the numbers there, the growth. So I think we can defend that. I'm comfortable defending that to whoever, I guess, so.
Well, and getting the AG opinion is gonna protect you.
That's huge, yeah.
Should we have, what would be, Dan, what would be the most appropriate motion for this then?
So the most appropriate motion for this would be contingent on passage and approval of House Bill 924, adopt policies 40.100, 40.1010, 40.1020, and then further direct the executive director to seek an attorney general opinion
I so move. Did you just record that?
We just recorded.
Whatever he says.
Yeah. Got a motion from John? Seconds from Dan? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
And will you share that AG opinion with us when you get it?
Yes, we have a draft I'm happy to share with folks.
Well, that's good.
All right, motion passes.
So that takes us through 4.10.10, 40.10.20 as well, or?
Yes.
Okay. And then that takes us through H 924, so we move to 77.70.750.
No, 720. 720.
So policy 70.720.
Oh, sorry, yeah, sorry.
This simply says that we keep the reservation fee unless the application is, I'm sorry, the loan reservation fee is refundable only if the application is rejected. So if they don't meet the criteria, basically it's Doug's time is not free. If you're submitting the reservation fee, we're going to use that to process the loan. The assumption being we would be paid for Doug's time once the loan is issued and the interest is achieved. But if there is for some reason that loan is withdrawn or we put the work in other than our active rejection of the request, we would keep the reservation fee.
So what are we doing now?
Right now, if you don't take the loan, you get the reservation fee back.
So where are you doing this?
No.
This is if it's rejected.
This is, you only get it back if it's rejected. If you deny it or if they withdraw it, right now they get the reservation fee back. This would say, we keep it if you withdraw, we keep it if you're denied.
I move.
Motion from Cindy,
I move the revisions to board policy 70-720 be approved.
have a second? Second from Porter. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
70.721 Sawmill Revitalization Loan Program. This is reflected in House Bill 876, which has been signed. It is essentially a carbon copy of our commercial loan participation program, just that it has a $6 million funding bucket. And the purpose is very narrow under provisions of IA1.
So the $6 million funding, is that a permanent?
It's only good for the biennium unless it's lent. So if we don't lend it by the end of the biennium, it reverts back.
Well, $6 million if it's called.
I'm sorry?
You can lend $6 million if it's called.
There would be $6 million in this program. Now, that said, $6 million is not gonna do much of anything for a sawmill. So the piece that Doug and others have been pursuing is this $6 million would pair with a USDA guarantee where they can guarantee up to 90% of the project, and then some sort of co-loan equity. So this $6 million would be part of a capital stack that would get you into that $70-80 million range, because that's realistically what it's gonna take for something like this.
Right.
If we're able to get a 90% guarantee on it, great, we'd use that for our piece and the bank's piece, and this $6 million would be separate, but $6 million is not gonna do much for this on its own, if
This could
anything.
be one loan.
This could be one loan, yes.
Is that what will happen?
I wish I knew. There's a lot of people looking, as we know, as soon as you gotta put some of your own cash up, people start to get real nervous. Everybody loves to do economic development with the government's money. And that's not how we operate, which is part of the reason why we got it, that they wanna know that these developers are real and there's equity and owner cash coming in. So I'm hopeful. I think the USDA guarantee is exciting. I think that's probably gonna be the only thing that gets at least us and the bankers, or the approved lenders, to get there.
And 876 has been approved?
It has been signed, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of the new policy 70.721.
I'll second.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Okay, so I asked Savvy to print the repealed sections so everybody has them. So maybe take one and pass it around if you would. So 70.750 is revised from 40.950 to reflect the changes in House Bill 505, which has been signed. Again, the premise of moving these out of Chapter 40 investments into Chapter 70 Montana-specific investments is these are programs where we won't necessarily be yielding returns. That would be something that we would choose to do as a prudent expert, but that the legislature has said you will do these subsidized loan programs or you will have these other mechanisms. So thus the moving them from Chapter 40 to Chapter 70. The incorporation of 70.750 reflects the new numbers, 106 million from the first tranche, 50 million in the second tranche. You can see under permitted uses of funds, STIP, US Treasuries, 106 million that meet the minimum gross density of 10 units per acre, which shall be invested in loans and securities to local government. So those are the provisions of current 40.950. And then the demand deposit accounts, that's the linked deposit program that we currently have. The new 50 million.
We didn't get 40.950. We already passed.
I got 40.951 and 40.953.
There we go. Oh, so we have, I think they were,
No, you got them all.
I thought it was,
Oh, you got them all, oh, no
Ready
wonder I'm
for
so
me?
confused. Jesus,
Okay, there you go.
I need a break. No,
I was gonna say, we're getting there.
thank you.
Sub 4, the new $50 million.
It's on your fault? No.
That was my fault.
It's Sherry's fault.
Okay.
I had 20 copies of 40.
All right. Yeah, I'm starting to get confused.
Yes, take those.
Anything you want, that's it.
This actually makes better sense now.
So now I don't see 40.952.
We'll get you one.
Oh,
952 is next one.
oh, okay, great. Never mind.
It's right here.
Got it.
Previous.
Thank you.
I think this is our data trip. That bill, this one over here I passed.
Okay, now I got 1, 5, 1, 5.
So you changed the wording a little bit.
Change the wording a little bit.
But probably not terribly sensitive.
Nice.
Thank God we only do this once a year. And the legislature only does this to us once every 2.
Can we
Good
do this
point.
in a package or do it in one?
It's up to you. 750, 751, 752, and 753 are all related to House Bill 505. 750 is the loan program, that's Doug's program, or I'm sorry. 750 is the governing. 751 is the bond program, 752 is the loan program, and 753 is the resident-owned cooperative and multifamily-owned cooperative. This is the one that allows us to loan to co-ops where the tenants of trailer parks are gonna buy the land underneath. It's mirrored after the Fannie and Freddie have programs like this. This IPS is based on that. The goal would be to go get their guarantees on any of our notes. Don't
Yeah,
know
do
if
you
that
mind
can.
taking a step back and talking to, this seems like the goal behind this is better, like more affordable housing in Montana and to have more multifamily growth, development.
So this is based on, so in 2023, the Governor's Homes Act passed, and we were tasked with 106 million to run a loan, bond, and linked deposit program. We got about 1,000 homes built with that. And it worked so well, they proposed another 100 million come to us in the most recent 2025 legislature. That was trimmed back to 50 million by the legislature, but they also expanded the uses in 2 ways. One was they included the resident-owned cooperative, multifamily-owned cooperative, so that the tenants can purchase the asset, either the apartment complex or the land underneath their trailers. The second is what we discussed earlier, where we step in as the revolving fund with that credit enhancement. They tweaked the second 50 million. It used to be 10 units per acre with provisions of affordability. The new language is 50, for the 50 million is it only has to be 3 units per acre. So trying to get beyond multifamily to potential single-family starter homes with that second 50 million.
And how quickly is that 50 million gonna get, I mean, like, in your experience, Was that 100 million initially drawn down pretty fast?
Very fast. The 50, I don't know, the 3-to-1, I mean, the 3-to-1 will be easier to meet, but I don't necessarily know what's in the pipeline for the 3-to-1, because we've only been tracking the 10-to-1. I have to imagine that's gonna go fairly quickly.
Goes fairly quickly, maybe
days.
Wow.
Days? Did you say days?
Yeah, I believe it, absolutely, sure.
When I think it should be noted, the reason it's being deployed quickly and effectively is because of the link deposit program that Dan came up with. As we saw when we looked at that, the loan report, we have one, infrastructure loan for one project in Missoula, which was kind of the original intent of this, was to kind of direct the funds in that way. Dan came up with a great idea to basically provide a subsidy through a link deposit to developers to kind of get their projects off the fence. Obviously, interest rates have risen, kind of stalled a lot of projects and development.
Sure.
So his plan there is that's really what's stimulating the demand. So basically, it provides that developer with a subsidized rate through the construction period, which gains an incredible amount of interest. So they're getting a 3 to 3.5% discount on the interest rate that they would otherwise have to pay. Plus, they can participate in the infrastructure bond program, et cetera. So there's a lot of pieces there, but that's really what's stimulating the demand. So I think it was a really good idea to figure out a way to get those funds deployed rather than kind of having them sit and maybe stall out under the parameters that were kind of prescribed to the board.
The maybe two things of note. Under the new money, there is a prohibition that you cannot, in the policy statements, you cannot both ask us to buy your bond and to guarantee your bond. So if you decide to go the bonding route for the infrastructure, we won't buy the 50% as we did on the existing note and then decide to back the remainder of it. It just doesn't make sense for us to have that much exposure in that one project. So if you want us to back it, great, come in through that door, but you don't get to come through the back it and have us buy it. Don't know how you'd get a clean bond counsel opinion on that, frankly. And then the second piece is the community reinvestment organizations that do sort of a down payment assistance piece. We can't play with those either because we don't know how to collateralize them, because 30% of the equity in that property will be owned by a separate party. And so now we're talking about who's in a first position, who's in a second position, who's in a third position. So we just said, it's too complicated, let's not deal with that. We can deploy the capital without engaging with them. And so those two provisos I would just point to.
So I'm gonna move that we adopt 70.750.
Got a motion?
That's what I just moved it.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
And what's the difference between the next one is just there's 3 different types, right?
Yep, so the second one is 751. This is just the bond program, so this is Louise's portion of it. You can see in sub 4, we did add a cap of $10 million. Just A, eliminate some concentration risk, but B, as I pointed out in my email to all the board members, a lot of these folks love very prescriptive programs. Ours have tended to be a little more open to let the free market work, and they just can't wrap their heads around it. So saying, let's add the 10 million in, and then if we find that there's a bunch of projects coming in at the $20-30 million range, I will bring that back to you at that time, but.
I'm sorry, where's that 10 million at? I'm just, I'm on
1A4, page 1.
751.
751 dot, yeah, so I'm there, and then where's that one?
First page.
A4.
A4.
If you're gonna wanna look in the packet that we emailed to you. So this is one of the new this is one of the new ones that went into your packet.
Here it is, I got it. Voila, yes, not to exceed 10. Got it.
Okay.
I'd hate to manage this.
All right, do we have a motion for policy statement 70.751?
Second?
We need a motion.
Oh, you need a motion. I've moved to approve the revisions as noted in 70-751.
Thanks.
Second.
Got a motion to second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
752, this is the loan program. This is just Doug's. Nothing significant here other than
Fix the typo.
fix the,
First come, first served, first line.
yeah,
You
okay.
gotta be consistent. You have board places wrong.
There will be a point in time when we run all these through the AI
I'm
for
excited.
consistency, but I am not there today.
Yeah.
Okay, but what is the language here that you've added to this?
So these are the new, this reflects what was in, give me a second. So 40.950, these are the provisions that the law calls out. So we combine all of what used to be two policies into one policy. 70.750 outlines the restrictions that you have to meet to qualify, and then just kind of cleans it up.
I will move policy 70.752.
Second, not second.
Okay, motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Do you need one more motion to formally repeal 40-950-951?
We still, yeah, we need that?
Yes.
Okay, what's your motion?
Yeah, I move to repeal board policies 40-950, 40-9.951, and 40.953 to repeal those.
No, it's not 952. 952 is definitely.
950, 951.
950, 951, and 953.
953?
3.
Yes.
Okay, I'll second.
A second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Now, we're on 70.753?
Yes.
And then this last one, the 753, what is the, it's all new, so it doesn't.
It's all new, yep.
I move to approve 70.753.
Second?
Second?
Second. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
All right, second to last, back to the building conversation. So we said that if you're making us money and the asset is going to provide distributable income, we want it in the trust fund so that our participants can get that cash. If it is one of those that the state has said thou shalt go do, and law requires us to do it, we put it in the REIS fund if it's not going to have that level of income. So sort of mirroring what the language we had previously where we say that you have to approve any direct Montana Holding, direct real estate. If you look at the second page, private real estate direct investment including, this would be where we'd add in those elements that the specific projects that we think are not going to be having distributable income. So the workforce housing project that is already existing, and then one change I'd request, instead of a mental health facility pursuant to House Bill 5, it's a behavioral health facility pursuant to House Bill 5. That's the $26.5 million behavioral health facility in Billings they want us to go build. This does not give us the approval to go do it. You still have to approve all the contracts on the back end of that. I just built it in here that the law says we will do it, so the policy says we will do it. The REIS account will hold, I don't want to say losers, but those assets that will not be distributing income to some participant. They'll basically be at a cost level.
So do we need to revise that Roman numeral 4A3B?
Yes, just to say behavioral health facility, because that's the language in House Bill 5.
Which one are we, where is it? Which one are we on? 70.780?
Yes.
The very last line of the whole thing.
Okay, all right.
Where it says mental health facility pursuant to House Bill 5. It would say behavioral health facility pursuant to House Bill 5.
Okay.
And then if any others come here, I like listing the bill where they told us we were gonna do it, and the year they told us we were gonna do it, and just so it's abundantly clear that they told us to do it and we didn't ask.
I would move approval of 70-780.
I'll second it.
Subject to the change
Yeah.
for
As amended.
3B.
Striking mental and adding behavioral.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Last one, 90.300, this mirrors the one we had earlier, Chief Operating Officer, Deputy Director, title change in our continuity.
That's the date we decided on it. Thank you.
I move approval of BOI policy 90.300.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Okay. And I promise not to do that to you for another year.
See, I think the real test is gonna be if you have to bring in like one more that you forgot.
We just won't do that.
If you got them all, I'd be impressed.
Better do them one at a time, Jeff.
That was necessary.
The only thing I'd point out very quickly, the IRRs on the buildings, Colonial and Helena 10.24, North Park 9.3, Boot Hill and Bozeman 7.27, 9th Avenue 29.9, 6th Avenue here in Helena 6.96, and 11th Avenue 7.97. So that's the sort of hurdle that John discussed of whether or not we put it into the trust fund pool. We want to be seeing numbers like that in excess of the bond pool for the real estate. If it's not getting there, it's going in the REIS account. So.
Why can't Ethan earn those kind of returns?
He had 1 year where he did, it was really good.
That's the next section.
Low hanging fruit, Dan.
Yeah. All
The
right.
toughest guy that has withstood the biggest storm.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, thank you, members. Apologies for the confusion, lessons learned going forward. We'll include red lines on any repealers so you can see them in the packet. But I'm hopeful we don't have many more of those until next session, so thank you.
So it looks like we're on a 2-day pace, so I think maybe a break.
Good
good?
idea.
Yeah, I think that'd be good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You got it. Yeah.
I need to walk. It's just killing.
Trying to get through both days' agendas today, which might involve us staying till 5 or 5:30. So if that's okay with the group, we'll press through and see if we can finish it up in one day. So next item, tab 6. Ethan?
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thanks for being here today. I'm on page 3 behind tab 6. I'll be covering off the real assets asset class review. Upper left-hand corner is our assets under management by plan. Just over $1 billion, $952 million in cap, $106 million in trust, $26 million in state fund. Got dollar value out on the right and performance below relative to our benchmark. Happy to answer any specific questions in this regard.
Yeah, can you describe the performance? Describe this, please.
So the performance table lays out performance relative to the benchmark for pension, trust, and state fund over a 5, 1, 5, and 10-year period. The benchmark for pension fund is an equal weight to the MSCI ACWI All Commodity Producers Index, 33%, 33% to TIPS, 33% to the MSCI ACWI Index. The benchmark for trust fund and state fund is 50% all commodity producers, 50% infrastructure. If you'd like me to go into further detail as far as performance attribution, we would have to take that offline and we can go through it item by item.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's, so the pension at 6.164% versus the trust fund and state fund, describe I mean, as not knowing.
Different
Tell me the
portfolio
difference,
mix.
why that is, yeah.
Very different portfolio mix in pension. That would include things like timber, onshore oil and gas, sand and gravel aggregates, mitigation banking exposure, value add, infrastructure, core infrastructure, among other things. State fund is just inclusive of active core infrastructure, aggregates, most recently in ITE rail. Trust fund, thank you, John, it has a little bit, has very similar exposure, but different timing coming into those strategies, some of which are similar to trust state fund, but some of which differ. So that explains.
So what was the lag on the pension versus the index from a performance analysis on that? I mean, is it that we had a big allocation to oil and gas or real asset? This is the real asset portfolio.
Yes, sir.
Right? So is it energy was lagging, or was it?
Energy has underperformed. We have a number of energy investments that have been through not only the supply glut by the Saudis in 2014, but also COVID-19. To name a few, the other thing I'd point to is there are, and we could point them out in the back, but there's a number of fairly sizable positions that are brand new, that are deep in the J curve currently.
Sure. Okay. I remember going through this last night, and there's I think you have the funds are listed at the back, right?
They are indeed.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any further questions?
Yeah, one more time, what's the distribution of the 1 billion to these different?
Sure, 952 million to cap, to pension.
Okay.
106 million to trust, 26 million to state fund.
So you've been able to deploy 26 million in real assets to state funds since they were added to the mix?
We have.
Okay, all right.
Okay, moving right along. Page 4, we're going to talk about sort of the role of the real assets within CAP. And just as a reminder, this is to provide CAP, state fund and trust fund, with exposure to a diversified pool of real assets while attempting to achieve the highest possible return within given constraints. We diversify across strategies, geographies, vintage years, all with long-term capital gains and current income in mind. Below you have the inception dates for each one of the plans, the approved allocation ranges, and the positions within those ranges. Any questions? On the following page, we've covered off benchmarks, which I've just covered. Investment policy constraints are listed for CAP. Happy to discuss them as they relate to state fund and trust. But I won't read these to you, assuming you've done that yourselves, but happy to answer any questions for sure.
So I remember in our last discussion, you had mentioned how, with some of more of the private equity funds, you like to take 50, you don't want to really look at you don't want to be micro investing, and you want to take big positions, which makes sense, have the manager add value. So when we see that it's a 2% allocation for CAP for any single real asset investment, do you think that's is that good for you, or is that not good for you?
Boy, that provides me with a ton of latitude if I want it. So if you think about CAP, which I think is just north of 15 billion, that would give us the latitude to make a $300 million commitment, which would be rather large and perhaps imprudent.
Right, sure.
So I have tons of latitude, and yeah, it works great for me.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Page 6, here we have just a visualization of how real assets falls within the broader CAP portfolio. Again, real assets is 6.25% of overall CAP and well within the range of 3 to 9. On page 7, we represent visually the underlying strategic allocations within CAP and the geographic diversification. Happy to answer any questions.
Approximately, what's the composition of your commodity?
So commodities is consistent of a fair amount of onshore oil and gas. We lump mitigation banking in there as well.
Oil and gas, about 50%.
Oil and gas, so if I think about commodities, oil and gas would be a little bit north of 50%. I think our NAV is just
That's
north.
what I was interested in.
Okay, very good. We'll end there and keep moving. Page 8, we've attempted to list out the various strategies within real assets and the various types of investments that we would look at, tend to look at, have invested in within each one of those strategic allocations under real assets. Happy to answer any specific questions. We are, like I said, invested in many of these. On the next page, we have the types of vehicles we use to make the types of investments that we just talked about. Separately managed accounts, these are lower cost, they're customizable, it's a bilateral relationship, which means it's just the MBOI and the investment manager, which makes for typically a very good dialogue, straightforward one-on-one conversation. Closed-end funds, you have multiple limited partners that you invest alongside with. It's higher asset turnover. It's a cost-effective way to get some broad-scale diversification within a fund. It is a finite life vehicle, so that leads to the higher asset turnover. And then we have open-ended commingled funds, which similarly requires us to invest alongside many other LPs. It's a lower cost option than closed-end funds. I would also point out that it has increased diversification relative to SMAs, and it has a tendency to be more liquid, although when markets seize up, they're open-ended in name only. Any questions on the types of vehicles we use to make the types of investments we do? Okay, seeing none, we'll proceed to sources and drivers. Sources, pretty straightforward. Appreciation, depreciation in value, and income. What drives a lot of that is listed on the right. There are many. I don't think this is exhaustive. I will not run you through them, but certainly happy to answer any questions relative to any of them.
Mr. Chair, could I ask a question? I'm sure that, like everybody else, you've thought about tariffs. And I just wondered from an asset class point of view, if you thought real assets was more or less sensitive to permanent imposition of some meaningful level of tariffs than other asset classes that you're familiar with all.
Do you want me to take that, John, or do you want to take that?
I'll let you take a swing at it and I'll chime in if there's anything else.
I think real assets will be more sensitive to the permanent imposition of tariffs.
You are not a professor.
Is there something else?
So I think they're probably less. Given when I came from, I'll use Copenhagen Investment Partners as an example. When I was there during Liberation Day, they had examined this a lot. They said very minimal impact. They're a manager who builds a lot of energy infrastructure. And my concern was, okay, are your costs going up significantly here? The answer, at least from them, limited here, but that they had suppliers within the markets where they played. So if they were building solar or wind or whatever it was in the US, they had manufacturers here. It wasn't a big piece of their overall cost structure. Once they got those built, it was really more about how much can I sell the energy for at the end of the day. I think a lot of them would be similar if I think through, I mean, we might be exposed on the good side of that equation for somebody in ITE rail as an example. I think it said that they may have exposure there, if you will, but that they would benefit from that because to the extent that it drives more activity in the US, more manufacturing in the US, ITE rails, rail cars become more valuable, they're moving things around more, so maybe more exposure, but I think generally in a good way and or they can pass the costs through to the end user.
Yeah, I guess when I said sensitive, I meant in a positive way, and maybe I should have fleshed that out. Honestly, I think the question you're asking me is, in this current environment, relatively unfair because it's still TBD and who knows. So, you know, just to be fair, there's that, but, you know, generally speaking, we'll see, we'll see.
What triggered my question was, as I looked at your spread, was cross-border trade in grain, timber, and energy. And that's what prompted my question.
That's fair, it's all fair. We'll flip to page 12, where we'll have a general description of the life cycle of a private equity fund, illustrating sort of the classic J curve we have, where cash distributions typically outweigh cash contributions outweigh cash distributions in the early years, and ideally cash distributions outweigh contributions in the outer years. This is just a classic example of the J curve. I would note that you know, this would vary by funds. There's nuances by asset classes, by fund types, but this will sort of bleed into the next excuse me, slide where we cover off pacing. This is sort of part and parcel to the next 3 slides, where we consider pacing annually. Pacing is a way for us to look at our real assets exposure and commitment plan relative to the total plan assets. It considers things like portfolio valuation, paid in capital, distributions to date, and the allocation within our range. It considers, it's pretty cool because it's customizable and flexible and considers our annualized growth rate, and we can tinker with that growth rate up and down. We apply the pacing analysis across CAP, across trust, across state fund. We can build various scenarios. You know, it thinks about the future. It takes the past and then applies that to the future, taking into consideration capital calls, our future commitments, distributions, and it sort of builds out various outcomes and how that determines our allocation within our approved range. It's very inexact. It's a forecast. We employ a lot of tools, one of which happens to be the resources at RBK. They run it. In fact, we have a meeting Friday to discuss real assets and real estate pacing with RBK. We've also built out a robust pacing model internally. So we're always looking for process improvement to kind of make those guardrails perhaps a little bit tighter, if you will. You know, the only controllable inputs is how much we commit in any given year, based on past analysis, what we currently think we look like at, excuse me, we look like we're gonna be committing approximately $100 to $150 million in real assets annually. Moving to page 14 and building upon these sort of these last 2 slides, we have a visual representation of how this pacing works through time. We have dollars on the y-axis, commitments, or sorry, time on the x-axis, and it shows us how it becomes necessary to commit sort of consistently through time to overcome these multiple J curves in order to ultimately reach and maintain a targeted allocation within our approved range. It's similarly necessary to apply this consistent approach to account for, as I said earlier, these different strategies, different cash flow characteristics, profiles, and timeframes. So, covered off a lot, perhaps not the, I don't know, easiest thing to understand, but happy to answer any questions. We think about it.
So from a standpoint of success and loss, you know, I'm kind of surprised when I look at the drawdown, let's say the vintage years, in the early vintage years of us doing it, that the numbers are from an IRR perspective are, I would have imagined a little bit high, I would have expected a little higher for something that's probably illiquid or it's more of a private equity play. What do you think are like but yet at the same time, like obviously Kimmeridge Energy Exploration Fund is a home run and a half, right? So when you look at like, what is your opinion of like what has worked well and what hasn't worked well in this asset class for us?
Okay, so a completely different question than pacing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought
Just want to be
you were
clear.
done moving to that, like, did you have any questions in general? And so then I thought.
Yeah, sure. What's worked for us? Diversification has worked for us. I think rail has worked for us. I think certainly digital infrastructure has worked for us. I think renewable greenfield development has worked for us. Energy has been a crapshoot on onshore oil and gas has been tough for sure. We've invested through cycles. We've been committed to the space. We remain committed to the space. Part of that's driven by a macro philosophical view that oil and gas is not going away. It's in virtually everything that you might lay your eyes on, these desktops, the carpet fibers you're walking on, the pen you're holding, et cetera, et cetera. And so because of that point of view, it makes sense to serially invest through time and sort of average in. And but that's been a tough space for sure. I'm just thinking out loud here. Core infrastructure has been a good bet, no doubt. Our value add infrastructure, that's definitely a private equity control play. The active core has been good. Find companies with long-term contracts, inflation adjusted kickers on an annual basis, though early. But I don't know if I really need to go deep dive into portfolio analysis. I'm happy to keep going or take it offline. But
see, like, hey, listen, we think here's two examples where we think we got it right. Here's an example where we think we may have not gotten it right.
We got rail right. We got digital infrastructure right. We've been troubled in onshore oil and gas.
Is it the manager selection? You're not making you're outsourcing to the manager.
Yeah, for sure.
So from an analysis standpoint, is it just the managers got caught in a headwind? That's just been rough.
For sure, as it relates to White Deer, for sure, as it relates to Mountain Capital, yes. Yep, been a couple of tough cycles. Kimmeridge is different than all of our managers, and that's actually an interesting point worth discussing. So we likely, maybe I shouldn't say this in a public setting, but we will take a hard look at some of our managers going forward as far as whether we will reinvest with them. There is one in particular that we have high conviction in because of their creativity around both public and private investing in the oil and gas space. They happen to be vertically integrated and not a manager that allocates capital to equity commitment lines of credit to management teams and pays a double promote, but is a direct operator. And so that will likely be the flavor of onshore oil and gas moving forward within our portfolio. And you'll see in those numbers why.
Is it EQT?
EQT is a value add infrastructure manager, but they are high conviction to answer your question for sure.
Is it fair?
The manager name that we have very high conviction in that's vertically integrated and we're talking about that's in the book is Kimmeridge.
Is it fair to say, Ethan, that IRRs that pop up in the early part of the J curve are highly undependable in terms of where the investment will end up?
Completely.
At the end of the day?
Case in point, Copenhagen Infrastructure 4, I think you'll see it's maybe 7.52 right now or something like that. I think a quarter ago it was almost over 50%. It changed that much in a quarter. So absolutely.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And I'd also say the J curves are probably deeper on a lot of these because they are those infrastructure.
Absolutely.
It's nothing to do with
It takes a long time to.
I couldn't agree more.
Some of these things.
Couldn't agree
out
more.
Before you
It's
get
so
cash flow and
sensitive to so many things, not the least of which is political rhetoric.
That's the trouble.
Yeah.
Investing in this stuff.
Yeah, I guess the holding, if it's kind of like a 15-year hold, if we're getting the tail part of like what has already been kind of the fund ours done long years ago, and we're getting end-up distributions, that's gonna bring the IRR down because it's a longer time period, right? Or is my incorrect there?
Well, potentially, it's just that like a lot of these would be greenfield as he's talking about, so they're building, something ground up.
Right.
And it may take, unlike say a private equity buyout strategy, you buy a company, takes you a couple of years to turn it around. I mean, it might be a 5-year plus period where they're building some of these out, before they're actually.
Reaching commercial operation date.
Right.
A
So
single
it's just
transaction
longer.
in the first 3 years of a J curve can make the fund look unbelievably profitable. And then 5 years later, if no other transactions have proved profitable, it will plummet. So, I mean, whenever you look at an IRR, always look at the vintage year, always.
Right.
What else?
Keep going.
Okay, well, with that, my time in the seat is done. I will turn it over to my partner, Rob, who will bring it home. Thanks, Rob.
Yeah. All right. Chairman, members of the board, thanks for your time today. As Ethan mentioned, we've discussed quite a bit so far, but one thing that you may still be curious about is what goes on behind the curtain prior to, during, and after an investment decision has been made. As you can see here, there are 5 key tenets to this ongoing process, all of which I'll cover in greater detail over the next few minutes. Moving on to slide 16. First I want to zoom out a little bit and take a big picture view of this entire process. I think this slide does a great job at showing the sheer impact of our process that we run here. As you can see, over nearly 5 years, 698 deals were sourced and analyzed, while only 9 were invested in. Another important point here is that while potential.
There's a lot of work there, right?
What's that?
That's a lot of work.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Does one equal those books over there?
That's just one.
I know, that's
That's
what I'm
just one,
saying.
yeah.
Just one of each of those.
So Rob, does this reflect kind of the quality of the deals that you get to look at, or just that you guys are highly selective?
It's more so of the latter. So highly selective, and kind of a mix of the quality, what's going to fit what we're looking to add at that moment in time as we narrow it down.
For these last 9 that make it, how many years worth of, what's the average time you worked with them to try to get to the point where you were comfortable with investing?
The planning process can take anywhere from 90 days to an entire year.
A year's kind of the outside edge.
Outside edge. One other important point here related there is while potential investment can be killed throughout this entire process and has been killed at the different stages, the vast majority, as you'll see towards the top of that pyramid, are killed during that initial screening phase. We're always looking to identify if an investment meets our criteria and efficiently allocate our time throughout the whole process. Any additional questions there?
My favorite picture. Next to the
Yeah, it's fun to look at.
Next to the J curve. The J
Yeah.
curve, the pretty color one, yeah.
All right, moving on to the next slide. A fair bit of time is spent on the first stage of this process, deal sourcing. The most common sources of deal flow are all listed here, with the top 2 being industry contacts and periodicals. We're always trying to grow our network of contacts while also making a concerted effort to stay on top of what's going on in the real assets world. Any questions there?
Most of these people reach out to you, or do you go out there looking for?
I would say
A combination of?
more heavily weighted towards us reaching out, but definitely both.
I would say it's more, I would say there's a lot of both, but the ones that they reach out on are the ones that are more likely to get to the bottom of this
That's
pyramid.
what I was asking.
Because they know what they want.
That's what I was getting at, kind of, is that you've already done a lot of research, you know that you're interested, so.
All right, if there's no more, we'll move on to the next page, screening and due diligence. Once we've sourced a deal and it's passed our initial screening process, which is constituted of a thorough review of the potential investment, discussions with the prospective manager, and internal discussions amongst staff, we then move into the initial review stage of the diligence process. As you can see here, our goal in this stage is to assess critical diligence issues early on and decide if we would like to move forward, continue the diligence process. Continuation here would then entail items such as background checks and reference calls, a very comprehensive diligence questionnaire and data analysis, as well as on-site meetings at the GP's office. This is all intended to provide us with a very fulsome understanding of who's across the table, how they plan to add value, and how they approach everything from culture to compliance. Hearing no questions on that process, so we will move on to the next stage. Should the complete diligence process go well, we have a great deal of conviction in the deal, the next step in the process is the cabinet meeting. So here, Ethan and I will sit down with John, Dan, and the rest of the directors and present the deal. And one thing that's really important to note here is that this is not the first time that John and Dan are aware of the deal or hear about the deal. We're in constant communication with them about the deal throughout the time we source it. Once all pertinent issues have been talked about at this meeting, John and Dan provide the final approval on whether to move forward. Any questions about the cabinet meeting? Hearing none.
Is this cabinet meeting like weekly, monthly? When would you say cabinet meeting is?
We do it weekly, but it doesn't always involve,
Sure.
a deal necessarily. Most weeks, it's just us getting together and talking about what we're gonna do for the board meeting or whatever.
Right.
Have you ever said no where Ethan and Rob came back to you saying, well, this is why we should do it? I mean, did they ever convince you, I guess, to change your mind?
I mean, to their point, very rarely would it get to this point where I would say no, but it has happened. But, hopefully we're killing it far before that. If that happens, it's probably because we learned something
In the interim?
kind of last minute and that, soured it for some reason or another. I can't think of an instance where, they were vehemently arguing for something that I'm saying no to. I think we generally get to a consensus type opinion more or less, but to be clear, I'm the only one that has to say yes. Dan can put it on pause if he has concerns for other headline risk reasons or something of that nature, where I'm way outside of policy or something like that.
Any other questions there? Moving on to the next slide. If a deal is approved, we then move on to the next stage of the process, which is the legal review stage. This is a very collaborative process between us and the external counsel, during which both parties are working to ensure that the deal's terms and provisions are acceptable to BOI. Any questions on the legal process? We'll just keep on rolling. Moving on to the next slide. Once the legal stage is completed and the dotted line has been signed, it's now staff's responsibility to monitor the investment. This is done in a variety of ways, including the review of periodic reports and financial statements, taking an active role on any advisory committees, interacting with GPs as much as possible, and touring investments and GP offices as is feasible. Any questions on how we keep tabs of deals after they're completed? All right. So with all of that in mind, I would like to highlight a few items about how we're thinking about real assets today. First off, we continue to explore real assets related debt strategies. Not only do these act as a diversifier, but they provide great downside protection, or greater downside protection than equity and an attractive current income, especially in higher interest rate environments. Second, we are focused on strengthening the partnerships we have with our highest conviction managers in the portfolio. If a manager continues to do well, their strategy has tailwinds, and they're a good partner, we want to lean into that partnership. Lastly, we continue to be focused on needs-based real assets that are supported by long-term tailwinds. These assets are those that have high end-user demand in good times and bad, and they provide the portfolio with a strong, consistent, and often inflation-linked stream of cash flows. So with all of that, that'll bring us to the conclusion of our presentation today. Are there any questions about anything we've covered before we jet off and continue to roll on with everything?
So if you did a debt investment to a timber or oil and gas producer, now you would consider that a real asset, not a private credit investment?
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
Any other questions?
Any questions? Thank you for your time and attention, and we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks, Ethan.
Thank you.
All right, so skipping to the day 2 agenda, tab 7, RVK.
I guess that's us.
That's you.
I'm going to start with a few comments, but the bulk of our presentation Paige will do. And I know that we're pressed for time, so I'm going to be very, very concise. We have consistently said, don't put too much weight on any individual quarter. They are way too volatile quarter to quarter to base decisions on. Just as we just talked about, early IRRs in J-curve land don't tell you anything about how the fund is actually going to end up. And in fact, in the book, there's actually a 5-year track record of absolute returns quarter by quarter in a bar chart, and you can see that it's all over the place. If you had reacted to any one of them and said, we need to make a decision about this, oh, you'd have been changing your mind 2 quarters later. Not a good idea. Second thing is that every once in a while, though, a quarter offers something interesting and different. We talked about that in 2022 when the first time we'd encountered serious inflation, we saw bonds and stocks change at the same time in the same direction, and that's not a good thing. And so there was particularly one quarter there that I remember presenting to you that I said, this is unusual. We haven't seen this since the late 1970s. And this is why we always say, of all the bad things that can happen to institutional investors, inflation is probably the worst we can think of other than war on your own soil. The third thing is that when I think about this quarter, and Paige will expand on some of these things, several things jump out at you that are different. One is that it really emphasizes the importance of diversification. For 2 years now, and largely for 7 years, we have ridden on the top 100 stocks, if not the top 10 stocks, in the U.S. Large cap equity market. That changed, and changed in a pretty violent way, actually. The second thing is that international equity solidly beat U.S. equity for the first time in a long time. And did so not by a little bit, but by a lot, and in a particularly interesting way. And the third thing is that, and this is, we're going to get really geeky here, we had a quarter, and John and I were laughing about this, that shows the importance of understanding the fundamental basis on which you measure things. So volatility is something we all care about, but you can measure volatility with one data point each year, one data point each quarter, one data point each month, one each year, and you'll get different numbers. If you had taken that in the first quarter, and you remember those days during the emergence of, well, this is going to be the tariff, no, that's going to be the tariff, that if you had measured it on the day by day, the volatility of the first quarter, we didn't calculate it, but it would be startlingly high. startlingly. If you measured it on a week by week, it would be high, but not nearly so high. Interestingly enough, if you added it as a data point in a quarter by quarter series, there was almost no change because we almost ended up very similar, very, very similar to where we started the year at.
How do you pick that point in one quarter? Do you always do the last day of each quarter, or do you pick a random one?
Well, that's a good point, and it's very relevant to something that we talk about now that you mentioned it. I know we're pressed for time, but this is a very important question. The right volatility measure is the one that matches when you need to either add money or particularly pull money out of your fund. Since you pay benefits on a monthly basis, you have a liquidity requirement that its periodicity, its timing is monthly. So what happens day to day is not nearly so important as what happens month to month. John sweats that, but he doesn't sweat too much day to day. Well, maybe he does have almost as much gray hair as I do. So those are a few things that jumped out that I thought made the quarter, despite the fact I don't like to talk about individual quarters, more interesting and carrying a few more lessons than expected, than I expected anyway. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Paige, and she is going to talk about the fund and its performance. All yours.
Thanks, Jim. I'm going to start on, I think it should be master page 189 in your packet. It should look like this, little pie charts with the breakdown for the retirement plans.
I don't have anything that goes past 100.
What page?
No.
You don't have a 189.
Okay.
Was it?
I think you're in the quarterly
Oh.
performance analysis.
I am.
So quarterly performance analysis, which is the second part.
Second part.
Not the executive summary,
This one with the
bigger part.
That's it, yeah. What page do you have for that?
No, it's page 4.
Okay, I will use those.
Wow,
We're
we'll use our
level
page
setting
numbers.
before we dive in. We typically start with the executive summary, but in the interest of time, we're just going to dive into the full quarterly performance report today. So what we have here on page 4 is a breakdown of the retirement plans. Again, Jim and I were discussing over dinner last night, and unfortunately, the numbers as of March 31st are a little poppycock now at the moment. We've gone through Liberation Day and a lot of trade uncertainty. So we thought it would be useful, again, to focus on some of those themes that Jim highlighted today. Again, the importance of diversification, how that played through into your portfolio in the first quarter of 2025. In addition to that, highlighting a few of the risk metrics that we have built into the report. And I'm going to spend most of my time in the risk performance review section today, attempting to provide a little education on how we view those metrics and how they might be helpful to you as you're looking at these reports as well. So on page 4 here, again, the takeaway I wanted to point out, you do often hear us focus on the public employees retirement, or the PERS, and the teachers, TRS. The reason being those two pools represent the bulk of the assets in the retirement plan. So that does not mean that we don't report on the rest of the retirement plans. However, these tend to be the most useful data points for you to hear in these board meetings. I'm going to flip ahead to page 6 here. And what we have here is the breakdown of the trailing performance as of March 31st for both the PERS and the teachers' retirement plans. You can see that in the first quarter of 2025, we did have negative absolute returns for the total fund. Again, that was primarily driven by a drawdown in the U.S. equity markets. So actually, all of your asset class composites other than domestic equity posted positive performance for the first quarter. And we're able to, essentially flat through the first quarter with a return of negative 0.09%. Again, looking out over the longer term time periods is where we try and focus most of our attention here for the trailing 5, 7, and 10-year time periods with returns of roughly 10.5%, 7.5%, and 7.4%. If you think back to their benchmarking memo we looked at earlier today, that would be considered a measure of success for the first point, outperforming that actuarial hurdle you have in place of 7.3%. So we'll go ahead and give ourselves a green check mark on that objective. Second of all, the second benchmark we have in place is relative performance, so relative to the benchmark you have in place. I'm gonna look at the first line item as an example, the public employees retirement performance on a net of fees basis. Again, over those longer trailing time periods, outperforming the benchmark by 0.5 percentage point and nearly 40 basis points for the trailing 10 years though. So what that tells you is that relative to the benchmark you have in place, the investment managers that you've employed have been able to post excess performance relative to the benchmarks that they have stated. So again, that is a positive, looking out on those longer trailing time periods. The third objective that we have in place when we're looking at longer term trailing performance here is how did you rank relative to your peers? And I'm going to actually talk about both short and long because I think they're useful here to understand how your portfolio performed in the first quarter. You've heard this from us every quarter for the last several years. For a very long time now, you have ranked really positively relative to your peers, and you continue to do so over those longer trailing time periods. So again, looking out over the 5, 7, and 10 trailing time periods, ranking in the 25th, the 15th, and the 6th percentile. So that is top quartile performance relative to peers for all those time periods, and even top decile over the trailing 10 years. However, if you look at the quarter to date time period, you will see that you did rank in the 88th percentile. We will acknowledge that. That's not exactly where we'd want to rank on any given quarter. But as Jim said, it's just one quarter, and we want to make sure we're focusing on the long-term time periods. And when we get to that page, I will talk a little bit about why you ranked lower relative to peers for this quarter.
Can we take a quick, so when we look at the 3-year, and obviously the longer term is all amazing. There's got to be a lot of funds now that are pretty strict. I mean, like if you're not meeting that short, if you're kind of not meeting the hurdle, so to speak, of what the expectation is, what do you hear out there? If we are one of the better performing funds, say, is there a lot of stress in the overall pension market on, hey, the past few years we have not really got the returns that meet our, kind of our goals, but what do you hear?
I can start and then let Jim chime in with some additional wisdom. I guess my first comment would be we really wouldn't want to look at anything shorter than 5 years. And even in that perspective, we're looking longer when we're looking at the actuarial hurdle rate. Because if you do cherry pick out a shorter term time period, there are going to be periods in time where you're not meeting that hurdle that you have in place.
So the amount of stress, and we have over 200 retainer clients, and we also have many funds that we do project work for, strategic planning work for, or oversight work for. And you say, how much stress are they feeling? It really depends. So for example, if their assumed rate of return is 6.25%, they're not feeling a lot of stress because they've adjusted their contribution level by setting it at 6.25%. And while they don't like down years or challenging years, they're very resilient in that respect. The second thing is whether or not any of the liabilities are triggered on or off by performance. So for example, the most troubled fund right now, I think is fair to say, is Ohio teachers. I'm not talking out of school because it's in the press. And they had to stop their COLA because under state law they couldn't keep it going given the performance they had, even though the performance they had was quite good. But they have a large legacy, which is the third point, a large legacy unfunded liability. So the stress is not just about returns, it's about your circumstance when it arrives. It's like getting a punch in a fight. Are you off balance? Are your hands down? Are you leading with your chin, or are you covering up and that sort of thing? That's a great metaphor. That's the first time I've used that one. So there is no easy answer, but it's not just returns.
Thank you very much.
Any additional questions on this page before I move on? Okay, I'm going to flip ahead to page 9. Again, so this is showing a lot of that same trailing performance data here. What is added on the bottom of the page is how your MBOI asset allocation compares to that of your peers. The notable trends that I would pull out here, if you start on the left-hand side of the page, you can see you're roughly in line with the median allocation. What do the gray bars in this chart represent? Each of those gray chunks of the bar is a quartile. So you can see you're sitting right between the second and the third boxes for that green diamond, representing you're right about at the median allocation for U.S. equity. Slightly below peers on global ex-US, that would be international or emerging markets equity. Right about in line, a little bit lower allocation to U.S. fixed income. And you're balanced out all those slightly below allocations with a higher allocation to alternatives and to real estate. So falling into alternatives, that's going to be private investments, and that's also going to be real assets. And really those are the themes that we saw pull through in your portfolio for this particular quarter. Relative to your peers, real estate was one of your lower performing asset classes, so having a higher allocation there did pull down the absolute return. Also alternatives, while it's been one of your highest performing asset classes over the long term, we did not see much valuation change for the first quarter of 2025. Again, we try and not focus on any one quarter when we're looking at the private investments, but when we are evaluating on a one-quarter basis and doing attribution, we do kind of have to play that game occasionally. So again, that is what led to your lower rank relative to your peers, but on the flip side, I would say, again, looking out over those longer trailing time periods, those same asset allocation strategies have been very, very beneficial to the program over the long term. So the nice thing about having the structure and the governance that you have in place is that you go through this process every year of setting your asset allocation, and we stick to that, right? So when we have a quarter like the first quarter of 2025, where markets do go experience volatility, and there is a lot of uncertainty, you were able to stick to your guns and stick to the asset allocation that you had in place, and that ended up being beneficial for you as we've looked at how themes have played out since the end of the first quarter. We have seen U.S. stock markets come back into positive territory. So had you, gotten cold feet and wanted to exit that asset class, you would have lost money by going down that route. So just a reminder that that's why we go through the process that we do, and it is good to stick to the governance that you have in place, even when the markets get rocky.
There's powerful lessons here on which in the page that page just delivered to you. Because it was a down equity a quarter and you ranked 88th, you would immediately go there to see if you were much higher than your peers in equity. That's not the case. Not the case. Instead, the effects were spread over a number of different asset classes. So for example, in your privates, real assets, you're still deep in your J curve because it's relatively new. She mentioned real estate as well. You're also somewhat lower in fixed income, which did better, and you're definitely lower in international equity, which, as I mentioned at the beginning, actually had a surprisingly good quarter. The lessons there are diversification is really good, and asset allocation. This is a result of asset allocation and its power. It's not a question of, our managers did well or our managers did poorly. This is asset allocation work, and it drowns out most manager changes, particularly over this kind of situation.
Thank you, Jim. So I'm going to skip ahead to page 13 now. So what is shown on page 13 here is a breakdown of the three major investment pools. So you have shown CAP, or the Consolidated Asset Pension Pool, representing roughly 60% of the assets. STIP, the short-term investment pool, is roughly 32% of the assets, and the trust funds investment pool representing nearly 13% of the assets here, for a total market value as of the end of the first quarter of roughly $27 billion. So looking at page 14, how does the performance of those three pools compare to each other? We did see some divergence across the pools, and we'll, at a high level talk through that. We did have negative performance of negative 0.10% for the first quarter. For CAP, again, CAP is the most diversified of the asset pools, has the highest equity allocation, is taking on that longer time horizon, more risk in that pool. So it makes sense to us logically that we'd see that negative return from CAP, knowing that domestic equity returns were negative in the first quarter. Looking at the trust funds investment pool with a return of 2.18%. Again, this is a predominantly fixed income pool of assets. We know that fixed income had a positive return in the first quarter of 2025, and that's what's driving that positive return for the most part that we see there. And then looking down at STIP, the short-term investment pool, again, we have seen interest rates remain higher, and that's pulling through in a really positive way for these short-term investments with a return of 1.1% for the quarter.
So a question naturally arises, in the quarter, we didn't get paid for taking that risk, that additional risk in CAP versus the other pools. But go back to 5 years and 7 years, for example, and compare what CAP earns to what the other trust funds earn. It's night and day. And this is why why John and Dan have more risk in CAP. That's exactly where it should be. And by the way, it ties to what the conversation that you all had about this new legislation, this new pool that is created, that John and Dan are trying to get an equity participation in the part that is going to be devoted to the pension plan, which is CAP. I'm sorry, I interrupted.
I was just going to say the STIF and I mean, that's primarily fixed income, right?
Both of them.
So,
yeah.
So now that we've covered all of the asset pools, we are going to mostly talk about CAP from here moving forward, again, recognizing that's the bulk of the assets here. So moving forward to page 15, what is shown here is the asset allocation breakdown for the CAP pool of assets. What I wanted to talk about here, and we'll talk about in the risk report, is looking at these asset classes through a thematic lens. So generally speaking, when we're looking at things like public equity, so that would encompass your domestic equity shown in the light green, the international equity shown in the yellow pie there. That's also going to include non-core fixed income in that pink pie chart. So if you take all of those pies and you slice them together, that's well over half of your portfolio that's in what we call capital appreciation assets. So the main goal of capital appreciation assets is to appreciate and add value to your portfolio. So again, if that is kind of what we're looking towards as the return generator for your portfolio, and as a long-term investor, you need to be invested in those asset classes to earn the return necessary to meet the goals that you have in place. That being said, there are other important building blocks we need to look at when we're building the portfolio. The next thematic asset class that we tend to look at is called capital preservation, and that tends to be fixed income. So core fixed income is the orange pie slice here, and that is going to be the capital preservation. You know, you look at core fixed income as kind of the anchor in your portfolio. We typically don't look to core fixed income to be, it's not to say that it can't be, but we don't generally expect core fixed income to be the highest performing asset class over any given quarter or over any longer time period. But we do expect to see consistent returns. We don't expect to see much drawdown occur in a capital preservation asset class, which was important this quarter, right? Because that's kind of what we're looking for when we're diversifying across these asset classes, is we don't really want all the asset classes to move in the same direction at the same time. And traditionally speaking, the benefit of core fixed income is it has moved in a different direction than public equity most of the time, providing that diversification for the portfolio. The third thematic thematic theme that we will look at is diversification. That could also be called inflation protection in some realms. And that's going to encompass your asset classes shown here, such as real estate, the purple pie slice, and the dark green pie slice, which is real assets. You know, there's going to be private investments, technically encompasses private equity and private credit now. That could be, you could argue part of that could be going in that diversification or inflation protection bucket. And why do we need to have diversifiers? Again, the best way we can build a portfolio that's going to be resilient in any market environment is to have those asset classes that are going to either provide downside protection when something like public equity goes down, or provide something like inflation protection when we go through a period of high inflation like we've been living through the past few years. So I know that's a little more than we typically talk about that page, but I wanted to talk about that a little more in the risk report, because you'll see those terms pop up, and I'm not sure if we've focused on them too much in the past in this setting. So I'm going to go ahead and flip forward to page 16 here, and what we have shown on page 16 is the performance for the individual asset classes within the CAP investment pool for trailing time periods and for calendar year time periods shown here. So again, just to reiterate the themes that Jim touched on in his capital markets overview, again, looking at this first column, the QTD calendar year to date representing the first quarter, you can see the domestic equity did return negative 5% for the quarter. Looking down, you can see that we did see positive returns from the rest of the asset class composites that you have in place, with returns of 4.3% for developed international equity. Which, just again to highlight, that's a fairly large differential in one quarter, to see a difference between domestic equity and international equity of about 9%. Since that period in time, I just was looking at the market update as of yesterday, there's still about a 10% gap between domestic equity and international equity through the end of markets yesterday. So we have seen that theme persist.
Which is startlingly large given the last 7 years of experience, startlingly large.
Correct. And just so again, that was kind of the theme we wanted to highlight, right? I think it's been easy the past few years to go, why would we invest in anything other than domestic equity? It's been doing so much better. And we don't know if this will continue throughout the rest of the year necessarily, but it is nice to see the tides turn in some ways, right? We've sat around this table and talked about how US equity valuations are elevated. We're not sure if those themes can continue, if there continues to be the same earnings expectations for those companies in place. So to see international equity really re-enter the realm has been beneficial for your portfolio, and a good reminder of why we do diversify across these different asset classes. Just running down the line here, core fixed income, positive return of nearly 3% for the quarter, non-core fixed income 1.1%, real assets 1.4%, real estate 0.7%, cash pension 1.2%, and private investments essentially flat for the quarter. So again, we did see strong performance across those asset classes outside of international equity also. I did want to highlight on this page, again, I think it's an important reminder, right, of what's worked well in the past isn't necessarily what's going to work the best when we look forward. So if you look out on those longer trailing time periods, again, I'll pick 5 years because we often use 5 years as a proxy for a market cycle. You can see that your two highest performing asset classes were domestic equity with a return of 18.2% and private investments with a return of 12.7%. Interestingly enough, those were your two lowest performing asset classes in the first quarter of 2025. And these are annualized numbers, so that trailing 5-year number, still includes this negative performance or flat performance that you saw from the quarter. So again, just a real dynamic shift that we've seen from the market regime that we have lived in for the past 5 years.
And sticking to that first quarter that Paige reviewed, notice that the real assets versus return versus its benchmark is tremendously negative. If you recall and listen closely to Ethan, when he described what was in his benchmark, he has public securities in his benchmark. And public securities, in some respects, will bias a benchmark pretty significantly one way or another. So again, that's a pretty negative number, but I wouldn't put a great deal of weight on it. I would hang on to, but it's worth keeping an eye on. But given that he's deep in his J curve in many of his investments, that's going to have to be a longer term inspection or monitoring by this board.
Thank you, Jim. I was planning to move on to the risk report from here, but just wanted to pause and take if there's any specific questions on the asset classes shown here. Absolute relative to their benchmark, I'm happy to take those before we move on.
And the risk report is our last set of comments, right?
Yep, we're wrapping up.
What page is this? Oh, that's.
So I'm going to start on page 25. So just as a reminder, this was added a few quarters ago as part of your quarterly reporting package. You'll see on page 25 here, what we're showing is the thematic and liquidity analysis. So that's why I took the time to walk through those different thematic classifications that we have. Again, what I wanted to talk about in these risk pages in general, risk is a very broad term. There's a lot of different risks that exist for MBOI. How can we monitor that on a quarterly basis? How does RBK monitor that? And this is just one example of the risks that we are monitoring. At a high level, I would say the liquidity risk for any pension pool of assets is going to be a major risk for you. The investment risk, obviously, drawdown risk, volatility. We do tend to look at volatility or standard deviation as a proxy for a lot of those drawdown or market risks, and that's what's pulled through in these pages here. So just so you know, we do have this breakdown available on a quarterly basis. In the upper left-hand corner, the asset allocation by theme. Like we talked about, you can see the bulk of the pension assets is sitting in capital appreciation assets. So again, that's that public equity, some of that non-core fixed income out there really trying to be invested in the markets and take advantage of that upside that we see from these riskier asset classes. You do have allocations to capital preservation. Again, that's your core fixed income being shown here. And then inflation is going to encompass asset classes like real assets and real estate. So when I look at this page, I guess with what would be a red flag for me was to see like a major jump in one of those lines, right? Because we shouldn't see that happening on a quarterly basis. We have our long-term strategic asset allocation that we're sticking to. You may see some shifts over time, which you do see pulled through into this chart, but they should be gradual and they should be minor over time, right? So that gives me comfort to look at this and say, okay, we haven't made any major changes that I wasn't anticipating. We've stuck to our knitting, and you see that pulled through into this report. In the lower left-hand box, we have the asset allocation by liquidity. That's another factor that we're monitoring. While it is beneficial and it's good to have some allocations to illiquid asset classes, you don't want to be caught over your ski tips in a situation where funds become available, the funds are needed, the market draws down, and you don't have sufficient liquidity. So that's another risk factor that we're monitoring here. Flipping forward to page 26.
Before we leave, one of the major, we talked about how powerful the asset allocation you adopt is in determining your return, but it also is very powerful in determining the risk that you embed in the portfolio. And a fiduciary is supposed to seek the highest return at what they deem is a prudent level of risk. When you see asset allocation work that comes to you from us and from your staff, you will see these risks that are associated with the options, liquidity risk, drawdown risk, volatility risk. You will see them alongside the expected returns as well. That's best practice, and it's the best way to support a fiduciary that has to make such a huge decision.
Yeah, I appreciate the analysis on the left. But walk me through, I don't quite understand the liquidity by asset class chart. And then also, let's talk about the two other, the graph below it and then the correlation matrix.
Sure. So the liquidity by asset class is just going through and bucketing and saying it's connecting the dots between the asset allocation by liquidity chart in the lower left to your asset allocation that you have in place. So you can look at this and say, the entire allocation, 26% that you have to domestic equity is considered a liquid investment. So just giving you the further breakdown on what is considered liquid versus less liquid versus not liquid.
Oh, okay, I get
Because
that.
they're categorized, so like domestic
Yeah.
equity is going to be fully liquid, something like private investments is going to be
Got it.
not liquid.
And so then if we look at the next one with the chart,
Yep.
is the 7.3%, is that a total inflation for that time period, or what does that represent?
So this is a little bit of a tricky chart to interpret. I'm glad you asked about it. I wasn't going to get into it since it's the time, but it's good to cover it. So what's
Dan
showing
said we
here?
had 2 hours, so.
Is this the weeds?
Hey,
It's a
we all
little
want
weedy,
to,
but
we
I'll
should all
keep it
know
high
what the
level.
inflationary rates are. I mean, that's, just kidding.
Yeah, so what this
And the
is
hedge
doing-
fund market neutral, we gotta learn that one too, so go ahead, please.
This is just running a regression on your portfolio and saying over the trailing 5-year period, which thematic elements have you been most correlated to?
Oh, interesting.
So your actual portfolio return has exhibited essentially 7% has moved in the same direction as a real return index. 33% has moved in the same direction as an alpha index, so on and so forth.
What is this telling you? You tell me, what does this speak to you?
Yeah, help us.
Yeah.
Well, for example, I mean, first of all, what Paige said means that it's not just our opinion, it's actually observing the behavior of your portfolio that draws this out. Now, is it perfect? Absolutely not. And 5 years is not a long time period. But what it tells you is that if this number were 0, it would say to us, and we would say to you, the portfolio is extremely at risk to inflation adjustments. Because what happens is that we always look for inflation mitigation. There's no such thing as inflation protection. And so what we're looking for in a thematic setting is, as Paige said, how big is your growth engine for returns? That's largely equity, including private equity. How big is your ballast in your ship? And that's usually fixed income. But also, do you have anything in there that is associated with inflation one way or another? And so if it were 0, we would be talking to you about it. If it were 30%, you'd be making a big bet that you needed to structure your portfolio around certain expectations about inflation.
So this is saying to us that the capital appreciation, the equity side is really driving, the 46% is the most. We got 15% or 14% from attribution from fixed income or to the, and then alpha, that's surprising, so this would be added value of the manager, or what are we talking about with the 32.5?
I think I can answer this more directly,
Okay.
hopefully. What my takeaway when I look at this chart is if I compare, I would expect, we've structured your portfolio so that it would be 67% correlated more or less to capital appreciation if I'm looking back. The fact that we're running a number of closer to 50% is actually, I see that as a positive, because what you're looking at here is going capital preservation, 70%. I'm going to be very sensitive to public equity markets, right? That's a high equity beta that's pulling through. When I see volatility in the public equity markets, I would expect the MBOI total fund to be very susceptible to that volatility. The fact that we're correlating so highly to alpha, which is a hedge fund benchmark, which is, I know, a little silly, you don't have benchmarks, but the whole idea is this is a benchmark that should move completely differently from public equity or from public fixed income. That to me is essentially the effect of your private investments pulling through. Because in any given quarter, when you have a strong volatility from public equity, the fact that you've historically been less correlated to the volatility of that index means that it's things like the smoothing coming through from your private investments, from your private real assets, from your private real estate even. I might go as far to say I view that
I
as a good
see
thing.
what you're saying.
And we actually track that in a different page on page 18. We track the equity beta of the portfolio. We want to see it be very steady. It's the green, if you happen to look at page 18, it's the green dotted or dashed line. We want it to be very steady and at a level that indicates that you're not going to swing wildly, as Paige said, with the US equity market, but you're going to benefit significantly from its growth over the long run.
Yeah, was that helpful? I'm sorry if it was a little in the weeds for.
My problem with this is I can't relate liquid, the green line, to what part of our portfolio you're talking to. Well, how do those relate, those lines?
Well, let's give you some examples. There are treasuries and core fixed income in your portfolio. You can almost sell those at close to their current prices almost any day. That's liquidity. You can change it into cash. Liquidity means I can turn it into cash fast without a huge price change.
Okay, so how do I sort, you've got your different private, for example, just your private equity, all the different entities that you've got in there that
Well,
were invested. How do you sort them on that three?
Well, you have to literally go through the portfolio line by line, which is what we do.
And have you guys done that?
Yes.
Does this represent the average of that?
Yeah, that's what's shown in if you look at the liquidity by asset class in the upper right box, it'll show you. So you can see domestic equities says 26% liquid. That's saying all of your domestic equity is considered liquid by asset class. If I were to look further over to the right, I can see real estate is classified 12% as not liquid. So all of real estate is going into the not liquid
So
bucket.
the liquidity will change depending on the changes in your portfolio. And yes, we do look through and into the various asset and sub-asset classes and we know there are various levels of liquidity. So at the other end of the spectrum from treasuries is private equity. You can sell private equity. It's not zero liquidity, but it takes a long time to find a buyer for a limited partnership. And not always, but in most market conditions, you have to take a significant price differential. So we would consider that not very liquid at all. So yes, this reflects the actual vehicles, securities, and partnerships in your portfolio as they stand today.
I'll move quickly through the last few slides here on page 26. I just think this is a really nice graphical representation of when we talk about the volatility of your portfolio. So what is shown here is the return on the y-axis here, and the risk or the standard deviation representing volatility on the x-axis, and you have each of your individual asset classes plotted, as well as the PERS in the center of the page here. And you can see what we're talking about, right? So if we look back on the trailing 5-year time period, domestic equity is way up in the right-hand corner of the page here. That's been your highest return for that trailing 5-year period, but it's also the furthest out on the right, meaning it's had the highest volatility for that same trailing 5-year time period. So when we talk about volatility and breaking down the sources of volatility in your portfolio, you will see that domestic equity tends to really be the tail that wags the dog in that situation. International equity also is going to fall in that same bucket, just not to the same degree, right? Public equity in general are your two, domestic equity and international equity are your two highest volatility asset classes. To give a comparison point there, you can see core fixed income hanging out in the lower left of the chart here. Again, over the trailing 5-year time period, core fixed income has had one of the lowest returns, but also one of the lowest risks that you have in the portfolio. Real estate, again, that's an interesting comparison, right? Real estate, you've actually been able to experience lower volatility with a higher return for that time period. So again, that's going to say to me as an investor and allocator, it's been beneficial to have real estate in the portfolio, even though there may have been quarters where real estate struggled to keep up with something like public equity. The fact that we're able to lower the volatility of the overall portfolio by having that allocation, that's really the trade-offs that we're looking at when we're looking to structure the portfolio, right? Is each additional asset class that we're adding in, if it's able to lower the volatility or enhance the return of the overall portfolio, we're going to more or less consider it to be additive to that total portfolio. And you can see that public employees retirement return here. This is shown gross of fees, is plotting nicely in the center of the page, which is a nice representation of all these different asset classes that we're wrapping up into your total portfolio. And you have at the end of the day what we consider to be an optimized blend of the return versus the risk at that total portfolio level.
This board is in the business of taking risk, unfortunately. And the question is, what's a prudent level of risk? And how can we do it without taking on any more risk than we really have to? And diversification is the only way to do it. But diversification requires decisions about how much high volatility equity, how much low volatility cash, and everything else in between. That's why you get paid the big bucks.
Well, somebody's getting paid the big
Board members.
I have 2 more slides and then I'll turn things over to John here. On page 27, we always like to cover this chart on a quarterly basis. Again, we tend to focus on the peer group scattergram shown in the upper left-hand quadrant here. What this is showing you, the green diamond represents the trailing 5-year risk and return for the public employees retirement pool of assets. The blue circle is the benchmark you have in place for the PERS. And the gray dots all represent your peers that you're being compared to. The red crosshairs shown on the chart here, that's the median return and the median risk for your peer. So if I were to throw a dart and pick which quadrant I'd want to be in, I would want to be in the upper left. Because what that means is that I've managed to earn a higher return than my peers by taking on less risk.
Peer.
Did I say average?
No.
Okay,
you
sorry.
need to say
Then the average peer by taking on less risk than the average peer. Again, we don't necessarily expect to end up in that quadrant all the time, but again, this is a big measure of success. And I would also add that relative to your benchmark, you can see how far off to the right that blue circle is relative to the green diamond. You've managed to implement your asset allocation by taking on less risk than the benchmark that you've stated.
So
Yeah, but
why do you think the benchmark it has more risk? I mean, basically we're getting the same return, but
Well, if private equity, if our privates is set to to small cap, which it is, it's gonna
Exactly.
totally blow out this is gonna, the benchmark is gonna be,
The benchmark has a
Maybe
lot of
blown out.
public equity exposure in it. And so the difference that Paige just pointed out is not immaterial, it's not irrelevant. It's just not in fact as big as it seems. But the difference between you and your peers, and this is one of the few places where peer data actually has some meaning, is 100% relevant.
You're completely correct. It's due to the private investments, but again, just to go back to the metrics we're evaluating, that's the lens I'm looking at it through.
so it's hard to come up with the appropriate benchmark for private equity. But if you track it to small cap, and small cap has collapsed, which it did last quarter, over time, then you're gonna be outperforming your index by a huge amount. And so that, sorry.
You're totally fine. Again, just one of the factors we're looking at when we look at the chart. I would, again, rank that much less of a priority than hitting your actuarial hurdle, and maybe less decision useful than saying, how have I done relative to my peers at navigating this environment with my asset allocation in place. So I'll end on page 28 here. Again, this is kind of the cherry on top of the volatility and risk conversation we've been having. This is a risk budgeting report that we run on a quarterly basis. Again, like Jim said, you're in the business of taking risk. There's really not a world in which we're going to be able to talk about in our lifetimes, I don't know what the future world looks like, that we would exit public equity. So that is a critical part of your portfolio. It is your main return generator. It's also useful to see that when we're looking at volatility on a trailing time period basis, where has most of that come from? So I'm going to look on the left-hand side. We'll start at the top to be proper. Like Jim said, we are looking at defining the volatility or the risk for each of these asset classes. We do that on a forward-looking basis when we do our asset class assumptions. We also look at this on a backward-looking basis, and that's what's shown here. You can see that over the trailing 5 years, most of your volatility has come from domestic equity and from international equity. Again, I think what's interesting to draw some comparisons here, you have the current midpoints shown in the lower left quadrant of the page here. It's probably not surprising that domestic equity being the highest midpoint at 29%, you're going to see most of your contribution to your volatility risk coming from that same asset class. What I think is interesting is to see, and you may or may not expect this, just how little of your volatility is coming from your private equity relative to that public equity. You know, if we were to compare international equity with a midpoint of 15%, private investments with a midpoint of 16%, you have roughly the same target to these two asset classes. They are both equity investments at the end of the day. International equities contributing 25% of the volatility in your portfolio over this trailing time period, compared to just 3% coming from private investments. So again, I would tie this back in my mind possibly to that conversation we had about the correlation table looking back 5 years. How much were we correlating to the capital appreciation asset class? That is going to be pretty much domestic equity and international equity contributing to that correlation that we're seeing there. If I were a scholar, I might think that private investments would be correlating also to that public equity benchmark, but instead what we're seeing, because the volatility is so low from the private asset classes, is it's correlating more to that hedge fund benchmark, which really just means you have less volatility for your overall portfolio at the end of the day, gives you more stability, which is a good thing when you're trying to steer a ship and not rock the boat too much.
Do you think that that lower volatility, like kind of to your point, is real, or is it a byproduct of kind of the inefficiencies of pricing private equity?
To be perfectly fair, it is a little bit of both. I mean, there's a lag that's coming through right on these investments. If we see a drawdown in the public equity markets, we never expect to see the same drawdown come through in the private investments as quickly. So it is a little bit of the timing impact, but also, again, it's not public equity. You're not subject to the whims of the day-to-day trades that are happening. So I would say maybe 50% strategic, 50% convenience of the timing.
I think Paige is dead on right, and this would be a problem if you were relying on your privates to pay monthly benefits to some extent. But so, you know, you don't want to be fooled and say, oh, there's hardly any volatility. As Paige said, probably half of that is just the accounting lag, where publics get marked to market every day, every trading day, and privates get marked at a much longer horizon, much less frequently. But it doesn't matter so much so long as you're not relying on that part of the portfolio to pay highly frequent outflows from the portfolio.
So that concludes the comments we had prepared for today. We're happy to take any final questions on any material we've covered.
Dan's going to give us a gold star for coming in under our 2 hour.
You're under your time. You get an extra chocolate chip.
Did you save him a chocolate chip cookie? Another one?
My money's on, we have plenty of vegetables left in the cookies.
That's Wallace chocolate.
You get some cauliflower.
The worst of the vegetables.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, well, thanks for the presentation, and thanks for coming early. That was convenient that you guys were all here, so. All right, moving on to tab 8, investment update.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, still rolling. Tab 8, I am on slide 4, the CIO update, economic environment. Clearly, we've had some commentary here already. I mean, summing it all up, policy uncertainty is very high right now.
Does this demonstrate that pretty well?
Does that next one, yeah.
Whoa.
So, yeah, to your point, Cindy, that next slide there, if you've got it open, I mean, the high level here is that we haven't really seen all of this, you know, kicked off at least in April, if not sooner. We haven't seen that show up in the hard data yet. So the market is consistently looking at things, and we're just maybe on the front end of starting to see the impact of a few of those things. So we're seeing pretty strong reactions. We had a pretty good print yesterday, which was what was it? Something around the job stuff. It comes so fast and furious these days, I can't keep track. But at any rate, you know, the market reacts to any little scrap of hard data right now that may indicate, oh, we're moving in the positive direction or we're moving in a negative direction. That's kind of where we're at. I mean, it's a real mixed bag at the moment, so I'm not sure I can draw a ton of conclusions, but obviously something everyone's watching closely. As you noted, you know, the hard and soft data, when I say hard data is like the payroll data, it's kind of that lagged data, payrolls, GDP, retail sales, those sorts of things. Soft data is more consumer sentiment, right? So consumer sentiment went really negative really quickly when we said, oh, we're gonna have, you know, tariffs that are gonna be at 50% or 100 and whatever it was for China, you know, so everybody, and I think we're starting to see that, you know, not necessarily a decline in spending, but a temporary pullback at least. You know, we've started to get a few of those numbers. But you know, people don't feel as good about the economy right now. However, it still seems to be chugging along when we look at the hard stuff so far. Slide 6 is a similar representation of this. So consumer confidence, you know, really dropped like a rock. Inflation expectations went way up as we kind of entered the year here. But the hard data here, say, you know, I threw in the break-even rate on tips. So that's basically a market measure of what's the market think inflation is over the next 5 years. It didn't move all that much. You know, it's still kind of, call it, you know, around 2.5%. So.
Have you seen that University of Michigan, the inflation sentiment? They've kind of deconstructed that between Democrats and Republicans.
Yes.
Which
makes a lot of sense. Right? Your political view is often driving what you think of the economy right now. Absolutely. And it has come back a little bit. We've seen, I think, the last Michigan survey that we saw for consumer sentiment moderated a bit because they're baked in that, okay, we backed off the most extreme versions of the tariffs and things. So, and that soft data is oftentimes not a good indicator of what actually happens because that consumer sentiment can move very quickly. A lot of factors. Slide 7. I don't know, this might almost be old at this point to a certain degree given everything that's happened, but was an attempt at the time when I put this board book together to give a little bit of hard data as to, you know, what's actually happening in terms of particularly China, because it's a big trading partner, obviously. You know, how much is leaving their ports, how, you know, full containers on ships leaving their ports, and how much is getting to the Port of Los Angeles in this instance, which is the biggest port in the US in terms of flow. We did see it kind of scale up as we saw a lot of companies sort of rushing to get product out of China and into the US prior, and then clearly saw it drop significantly. It's bounced up a little bit more recently here, but not a lot. Similarly, we saw a lot of flow into the Port of Los Angeles leading up as people built inventories here in the US and then dropped off pretty significantly, but again, has bounced up a bit, although we don't have a May number yet. So, you know, again, kind of just continuing to look at the data and see what that tells us and try to have that lead us more than what's the news flow, because that just gets you trapped in, you know, kind of that cycle that Jim's describing of, you know, am I reacting to things that may not be real and I'm just getting whipsawed all the time.
Talk about volatility.
Yeah, volatility.
Turn it off.
So, slide 8, the usual assets under management by asset class, sitting at about 28.75 billion for the entirety of assets under management. No real big changes here. Similarly, slide 9, by participant type, no big changes here. As usual, pension fund is roughly half or so of our assets under management. A lot of state agencies and various things here. Slide 10, growth in the pools over time. Nothing really new here. I think we've talked about it a little bit in the past. And we obviously saw big growth in the STIP portfolio. That's kind of leveled out, I would say. Give or take, has not gone down as quickly as we probably would have anticipated. In fact, it's continued to grow a little bit at the margins, but certainly not at the pace that we saw during the COVID timeframe and things. Slide 11.
John, maybe just very quickly, particularly for Jim and Paige, both pieces of legislation, one House Bill 56, but also Senate, House Bill 924, include additional employer contributions toward the pension pools. So we'll be getting about another 2% for all of the pension systems over the next 10 years in one bill, 20 years in the other. So that will help that bottom blue box grow a little bit more expeditiously.
What was the difference between the two?
One is that TRS gets nothing and PERS gets 0.1% for 10 years. The other one is we have to wait 2 years to July 1, 2027, and we get 0.1% for 20 years. So it's when it happens, but one bill has already passed. If the other bill is approved, then the larger contribution increase goes in.
Okay, so they could be the same employer.
They, the same employer won't get hit twice. They'll either have to do 0.1 for 10 or 0.1
No, that's what I
for
mean.
20.
They're gonna have to make a decision, one for each employer, between the two.
No, one bill will be effective or the other, so the governor will make that decision for them.
Okay.
Yep.
John and I were talking about this during the break, and it will have implications for what we talk about for asset allocation as to where the prudent ceiling is for illiquid investments, to go back to your. The stronger your contribution policy, the more you can tolerate illiquidity.
So,
I didn't say a word.
Humming, I'm
I'll just
humming.
okay, very good.
I'm humming ahead, as a matter
Okay.
of fact.
Slide 11, the pension asset allocation, well within all of our approved ranges. We have been pretty consistently a little below the midpoint for domestic equities, a little above in probably real estate and private investments, which has been more a function of kind of a denominator effect as much as anything else. I guess the other thing maybe I'd note here, cash into the quarter was just under 2%. Have been making a very concerted effort to keep cash a little bit higher given all of the volatility and some known cap calls that are coming in. So that has been, I've been trying to keep it around 3%. We've been aggressive when we've had these updrafts and particularly in the domestic equity market of just kind of continually trimming that to make sure that I've got benefit payments, cap calls, et cetera, kind of in our pocket as opposed to potentially needing to go out and sell something at an inopportune time. Slide 12, the overall asset allocation in the wheel format here. Again, no big changes from what you typically see most quarters. Slide 13, net performance in terms of dollar value add, net cash flow. So as usual, would point you to the longer time frames. The executive director likes to point out in like the 5-year number that you can see there's a big differential there. We added a lot of value over that last 5 years. he likes to point out that I became CIO February 12th of 2020, and this number 331 is actually $1.7 billion lower 6 weeks after I became CIO. However, the 6.6 billion that we made after, I hope makes up for it, and not too shabby in the scheme of things. We're more than paying for the benefits that we've had to send out the door, so that's the good news. Slide 14, performance.
Wait, sorry, John, so I should read the NCF as what?
So
Net
the
cash
dollar
flow.
value add is how much we made in the portfolio, the dollars that we were able to earn. The NCF is net cash flow, in this case, out the door. That's the pension benefit payment that we have to make. So we have earned substantially more than we've had to pay out over the last 5 and 10 years, which is kind of where you want to be.
So the dollar value add does not include contributions?
I believe it does.
It does not include contributions.
So the contributions are in the.
It does not? Okay. Aaron says not, and he makes the chart.
So where's the contribution show up?
So the net cash flow, in my chart, I refer to as the net cash need. It's both of them together. So it is actually.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, there you go.
Because.
So you see it in the gray, not in the blue.
We get contributions in, they account for about half-ish of what needs to go out the door. So contributions come in, they basically immediately go out the door to pay benefits, but then we also need to supplement that with earnings.
That's in our net cash flow then? Say that again.
So you have the net cash flow is cash in and cash out net.
Yeah.
And that's, that net, it would either be contributory and add to what we can make, or given that we're paying more benefits than we're getting in contributions, that's why it's the negative.
Hence the word net.
Yes,
Yeah, right,
yes,
right.
that's an important word.
Dollar value add is the capital appreciation and income.
So slide 14, performance in the percentage format here. Good long-term performance since inception, well over our current actuarial hurdle. Current fiscal year-to-date return as of today, we just got over the actuarial hurdle. It was 7.4% this morning.
Congrats.
So knock on wood, well, not congrats until we hit June 30th.
Sell everything and let's take a vacation for 2 months.
Remains that way, but we'll see. So in good shape at the moment. Pending a tweet. So, questions on pension before I move on? All right, seeing none. Assets under management ex cap. Again, no real change here in the players that you see before you on the wheel chart here. 13.5 billion or so. Obviously, as we've talked about, the HB 924 is passed, signed. This will go up and we'll have a new thing on the wheel chart. But
Can you make these colors any smaller?
Can I make the colors any smaller?
The little squares, I can't match them up.
Oh, these-
Just kidding,
no.
just kidding. I only care about the big ones.
I mean, we could add the other like 50 accounts that are actually in there that you can't even see the slice, but no. STIP on page 16. Again, nothing earth-shattering here. Probably extended the maturity a little bit here over time. Expectation that maybe rates go down a little bit. Current STIP yield is 4.35% as of yesterday, I think it was. And we are a little over 9 billion as of this morning. It's fluctuated around that level. STIP performance on slide 17. Not fun to say here either, other than obviously, again, nice recovery in STIP rates, up over 5% for the 1 year, and right around the benchmark, give or take, for pretty much all timeframes, as you would expect, I guess. Questions on STIP? Okay, slide 18, the trust funds investment pool. Upper left-hand corner there, we're well within all of our approved asset classes. We did have just a tiny initial call in the private credit space, almost a rounding error there, but expect to have more as we go along. And sitting at around 3 billion, I believe, in this portfolio sum total. This is, I will note, I guess, should the Go Trust pass, HB 924 get signed, we, a lot of that money would flow into trust fund. We'll be a little judicious about how we do that because we don't want to negatively impact current participants, but we also want to move as quickly as we can, so it'll be a little bit of a balancing act. Do we put some in treasuries or probably hold some still in STIP, but we'll get there as quick as we can because that is a pretty good chunk of money.
Do you have any reason to believe it won't get approved? You want to just talk about that?
I do not want to presuppose what the governor's office may do on
Well, of
such a
course
big
not,
bill.
however.
There's a lot, it barely passed. It was very tight, so I think we need to plan that it passes, and if it doesn't, well, we've taken all the steps to implement, because our next board meeting is in August, and I don't want to have to call you back on July 2nd to adopt a bunch of new policies.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like predicting what the legislature's gonna do on November 5th. 2 days after election.
There's 2 or 3 people that could tell you.
So is it correct to say with that Go Trust, the funds there, it would be more that you'd keep it in STIP because those funds are currently in STIP? They would just be kind of like reallocated to a different account?
A good chunk of it, yes, probably in anticipation of moving, but also, kind of depending on where rates are. If we saw rates, tick up, we could always buy, say a 5-year, 7-year treasury, get duration if we felt like rates were at an appropriate place to kind of mirror where trust fund is. And then as we have capacity here and we're allocating real estate and real assets, et cetera, we could just draw from those treasuries and we wouldn't really, we kind of match duration and not give up too much in yield.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I guess specifically I was thinking, because I was looking back at the STIP balance, and so effectively the funds that are gonna get put in are currently in STIP.
Yes.
So they're just gonna switch to a different segregated account, but ultimately a portion will likely stay in STIP as you guys reinvest over time.
Slide 19, trust funds performance, as always, would kind of point you to the yield in the bottom table there. Continues to tick up a little bit as we've talked about. I think in the past, but up above 4%. Would expect that to continue to climb a little bit as sort of those lower yielding assets roll over and we're able to invest at higher rates. Questions on trust funds portfolio? All right, seeing none, state fund on slide 20. Again, well within all of our approved asset class ranges. Similarly, very small capital call, initial capital call and private credit there, so it shows up, but more to come there for sure. Portfolio overall sits at about $1.5 billion. Would note that we had a meeting with State Fund last week. Met their new CFO. Everything went well. Things are good there for the moment, so carrying on.
It is that she's not gonna really mess with the investment side.
Yep, I didn't get any pushback on anything that we said. We talked about the pending asset allocation that's coming up. She asked good questions. She's got an actuarial background, so I think she has a decent understanding of what we're doing and things. And yeah, it was good.
I had dinner with their finance committee chair last Saturday, and she was singing John's praises. I corrected her.
You said it's all your board, right?
Exactly.
Slide 21, state fund performance. Good outperformance, basically overall, on the timeframes here versus the benchmark. As you know, the portfolio itself has stayed pretty steady over time. Generally speaking, most of the cash flow that goes out the door here is allocated towards their dividend typically. And yeah, again, rates have come up here, so a nice pop between the 1 year and the 3 year, which I'm able to take advantage, as we talked about before, when we moved from that intermediate index to the full ag. That's been pretty good timing, opportunistically been able to move more money into higher rated securities or higher yielding securities pretty quickly. So that's been beneficial. Questions on state fund? All right, and then last for me, slide 22. Again, I mean, market uncertainty is high. Like I said, trying to keep a little bit more cash around probably than I typically have, just to maintain some flexibility there. Obviously, as you saw, working on implementations of a lot of new accounts. Going to be on Paraboard next week. Aaron, operations, did an analysis of our FX transactions with State Street. We made a change to the process there. I won't get into the weeds, but basically how they calculate, how they charge us for that. They have some different options. We chose option B instead of option A, and that is projected to save us upwards of $42,000 a year. So that was a nice one and a good job by Aaron to do the work there and find that one. And then you met the interns. Rob and Willie passed their exams, which is fantastic. And we've got a few more in the hopper as well, so we're down that path. Other questions of me before I turn it over to Aaron?
Do you want to talk about this later, or?
That would be the presentation that I'll be doing at Empara.
Oh, that's what this is?
Yes. Yeah. Which is the same as what you saw in April, other than the timeline now has the 2 different decision points in it. So one for the approval of the initial due diligence process.
Maybe just quickly on that second to last bullet, one thing we didn't discuss in the implementation of House Bill 863 is the expectation I have for the staff is that before we do any sort of salary adjustments, we will find savings to pay for them on a go-forward basis. That is absolutely unique in state government, but it's something I think we can do. We did it for the last several years. We're gonna continue to do it, and it's gonna be part of our procedure. So as I bring you discretionary raises, or well, not discretionary, as I bring you the annual comp adjustments for the exempt staff, and then if I do anything within the classification bands for the professional staff, we will have to find ways to pay for them. So just FYI, it won't all be on the operations side. It could be on the asset measurement side. So things like this $42,000 that's to the benefit of the participants. But I think we can do it, and I think it's one of those ways that we can let the legislature know we take it very seriously. So we will, if we do raises, they will be paid for.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Macro attribution on page 23. Just run down the list. Keep in mind this is a 3-year pension attribution. All benchmarks except real estate provided positive contributions to the pension policy neutral 4.3% return. About 253 million of equity asset classes were sold and 217 million of fixed income asset classes were sold during the last year. The pension net cash need, again, interchangeable with net cash flow. We'll get our terminology kind of lined up there. was 470 million for this last year. One point to note there, when I showed you this attribution last quarter, that net cash need was about 505 million. The reason it's a little bit lower here is just a timing thing. So one of the benefits for the plans did not go out until April. So in reality, this really is, it should be about 505 million. So next quarter, it might look a little bit larger, and I'll explain it again, but there really isn't a lot of variation there. In aggregate, the overweighting, underweighting of the asset classes relative to their benchmark, or excuse me, to the midpoints decreased the pension portfolio's return by about 20 basis points, pretty much all due to the underweight to domestic equity over this 3-year time period. I'll skip style selection. My comments are largely the same as last quarter, but let me know if there are any questions. And within manager selection, the one thing I would point out here is within private investments, the overall it underperformed by 7 basis points at the pension level, but within that, private credit added 12 basis points, and private equity was about -19, so that within that being -7. That's all I have for you. Thanks.
Thanks, Aaron.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'll start with domestic equities on page 26. If you walked away on February 19th, living in a cave, came back yesterday or today, you might think nothing had happened in the markets. You all know better. The S&P was down almost 20% from its peak on February 19th to its trough on April 8th. Things have since turned back upwards. During that time, there was a reversal from recent trends as value stocks outperformed growth, US stocks underperformed international. Large caps continue to outperform small caps, however. On this page, you'll notice 2 new accounts, Lubrecht Forest and Kiyo Powwow. These are 2 new University of Montana endowment accounts that we began funding in February, and we've gradually increased equity exposure to these 2 accounts for the past few months.
Where's that?
Page 26, I think.
Lubrecht is right there. Okay. Sorry about
So on the list of accounts, the Performance Pension State Fund to the bottom.
You're looking at those little spots and what?
Turning to page 27, very little difference in sector weights between the portfolio and the benchmark, as we are all passive in domestic equities. We have been consistently overweight small caps. As you see in the bottom right-hand chart, back in January, we took some money out of large caps and increased our mid-cap exposure, which we did through our mid-cap ETF. In the bottom right-hand chart, it shows up as an increase to small cap due to the way our systems classify it, but it was increased to mid-cap exposure. Page 28. With market sell-off, we saw a drop in earnings multiples, which you can see on the chart. The S&P 500's forward PE ended the quarter at 20.2 times, which is down from 21.5 times at the end of last year. There was a larger drop in the PE for the largest 10 stocks in the S&P 500, reflecting the hit to growth stocks in the quarter. But the S&P 500 is still trading well above its longer-term average. We've discussed in past the high concentration in the US stock market. That did dip a little bit in the first quarter, but still remains at a historically high level. Any questions about domestic equities? Moving to international equity on page 29. So while US stocks were selling off in the first quarter, international stocks generated positive returns, with the Equix US index outperforming the S&P 500 by almost 10%. If you recall back at our asset class review in April, we discussed the impact that currency can have on returns of international stocks when measured in US dollars. We talked about how currency has generally been a headwind for international stocks over the past number of years, but that reversed in the first quarter, with Europe seeing the largest boost from a weaker US dollar. And as we saw in domestic equities, the 2 new accounts, they have international equities exposure, and likewise, we've gradually increased the international equity exposure to these 2 accounts since the initial funding in February. On page 30, the top left shows our emerging markets exposure relative to the index. We're slightly overweight, which comes from the aggregate positions of our external managers. Not all of our managers are overweight. In fact, most are underweight EM, but combined, there is a slight overweight. In the bottom left, you see our small cap exposure, which too is an outcome of the positioning of our external managers. The aggregate sector exposures you see in the top right, fairly similar to those in the benchmark, but there are bigger differences in technology and industrials where we are overweight. And the bottom right shows our split between active and passive management, which we have discussed in the past. We have shifted towards active management over the last couple of years. Page 31. While U.S. price multiples dropped in the first quarter, they were about flat in the first quarter for international stocks. We've talked about the valuation discount of international to U.S. stocks. That was 38% at the end of last year, and that narrowed to about 34% at the end of the first quarter. To put that in context, the average discount going back to 2005 has been around 18%. Any questions on international? Moving to non-core fixed income on page 32. Non-core fixed income managed to post positive returns for the first quarter as emerging markets debt had a particularly strong start to the year. Again, with a weaker dollar, non-dollar bonds in emerging markets, so these are bonds denominated in their local currency, those did particularly well in the first quarter. In U.S. high yield, higher quality bonds outperformed lower quality ones, not by a huge amount, but it is a change from what we saw in 2024. Page 33, left side shows the sector positioning for the portfolio versus the index. Remember that the benchmark is the U.S. high yield index, so most of that difference comes from the non-high yield strategies we have in the asset class, like preferreds, emerging market debt, and convertibles. The same is true for the ratings exposures you see in the top right. A little over 20% of the asset class is in investment grade that falls into the BBB and higher category, which come from preferred securities and emerging market debt, which have investment grade exposure. Bottom right shows our allocations by strategy. We did add a little bit to our convertible bond account early in the year, and we made a few redemptions out of high yield so far this year. To page 34. So with market volatility this year, high yield spreads have been on a roller coaster ride, narrowing into mid-February before gapping out by about 200 basis points in early April. Currently, we're now back at relatively tight spreads, but still at levels a little higher than where we started the year. The rally in treasury yields helped offset some of the high yield spread widening. Absolute yields for high yield were slightly higher at the end of March compared to the fourth quarter of last year at around 7.7%. Any questions around non-core fixed income or any other public market asset classes? Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm back. I'm on page 35, the investment update. I will be covering off real estate and real assets. So here we are, upper left-hand corner, assets under management by plan, 1.892 billion in cap, 716 million in trust fund, and 85 million in state fund. Got our dollar value add on the right, performance table below that. Member Milanovic, maybe to preempt you a little bit or just follow on to your real assets question. A lot of timing differences here, different portfolio composition between the plans. I will also note that the pension fund benchmark has undergone some changes through time. I can get into some granularity perhaps offline if you want to dive in, but hopefully that might address some of the questions we addressed earlier during the real assets asset class review. Some bullet points below relative to the market generally. I won't read these, but hopefully we're seeing some negative price appreciation continue to slow in the space.
Transactions are picking up, but still low relative to historical highs. Debt markets are open, but for the right deal. The cost of debt is rising. Loan modifications, extensions are becoming the norm, particularly in asset classes or property types like office. The good news is development starts almost across the board are way down, so that'll be a good tailwind, for the property types going forward. Happy to answer any specific questions on this slide. Seeing none, we'll just keep rolling. Slide page 36, pretty straightforward here. We've got our investment policy constraints in the upper left. We're all within policy. We've got our property type diversification upper right. Down below, we have cash flow and NAV growth through time. I'll just bring your attention to the fact this is only reflective of our private investments. It does not include our long-only REIT mandate or our high-yield CMBS 1940 Act registered mutual fund investment. Any questions on this slide? Seeing none, page 37, this is something I've historically provided. It's Green Street's Commercial Property Price Index, represented in a couple of different ways. Again, it's just a reflection of recent upward momentum and price stabilization in real estate valuations.
When you look at this, I mean, like when I see this chart, the number one thing I think of right next to it is, boy, it'd be nice to see what our allocation is in reference to it, right? So like, are we really big in commercial? Are we really big in industrial? Or where is the performance? Like, I mean, obviously, you look at this chart and you see commercial's been slaughtered. Office is down huge over the past since 22. What does our portfolio look like in comparison, in other words? Thank you. There we go.
Amen. Moving on, we'll go to new commitments. We've made one new commitment since last we met. That's CPF Rosebud Ventures. My colleague Rob led this deal. I'm going to let him walk you through it. And with that, I'll turn it over to Rob and pick up on real assets here momentarily.
Thanks, Ethan. Alrighty. Chairman, members of the board, good to see you guys again. I will keep this brief and then we can talk about any questions you guys may have. On April 4th, 2025, staff committed $85 million to CPF Rosebud Ventures. Exactly 50 million of that was from CAP and 35 million was from trust. This is a separate account that we established with a seasoned owner-operator in the senior housing space. Structuring this venture as a separate account provided us with an attractive fee structure and strong alignment with our partner, amongst other benefits. And just to be super clear, this venture will not target any skilled nursing homes. It will target only high-quality private pay properties with the intent to operate them at a high level over the long term. Happy to answer any follow-on questions that may come up.
Is it a total US footprint or is it, yeah?
Total US, yeah.
I might just add to that, the real estate portfolio generally is very US centric. To date, I haven't seen any empirical data that is highly supportive of going out and deliberately mapping global real estate GDP. The US is still the deepest, largest, most highly adjudicated liquid commercial real estate market in the world, and we can get plenty of diversification here while not taking on all the esoteric risks of currency, contract law, property rights, etc.
Agreed.
Yeah.
So the fund target size is 89 million and we're funding 85 million of it?
So that remainder, that delta of the 4 million, that's coming from our partner.
You got a good deal.
Is it, I'm just curious, is it build up or is it buy?
All buy. The only development in this instance would be any type of additional things to add on to properties on an opportunistic basis, but the vast majority, or that will happen very minimally, is what's anticipated.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you, guys.
Congrats on passing Level 3 of the CFA.
Hey, that's
That's probably a relief.
Thanks for investing in the baby boomer bulge that is approaching the need for that.
Yes, we're very excited for it. It's been a long time coming. We've been looking hard for a long time. Thank you, guys. Really excited about that one. So moving on to page 39, real assets. We've seen this exact slide before, sans the bullet points below. Happy to address any of those specific bullet points if there are any questions. Tried to make them somewhat germane to our actual underlying holdings, but seeing none, we'll move on to page 40. Again, our investment policy constraints in the upper left, all within policy, our geographic diversification on the right, and our private real assets, cash flow, and NAV growth through time. This does not include TIPS or our long-only MLP strategy.
Can you describe infrastructure? I mean, I hear infrastructure a lot, and in my mind, I have one thing, but I don't
Yeah,
hear it kind of.
no, it's a wonderful question, and it's one that when somebody asks me that, I say, well, like, what are your goals in infrastructure? What's your target rate of return, or how do you think about it? And I always turn it back on them. Well, what do you think of infrastructure? It's a lot of things. I mean, it can be anything from toll roads to laundromats, but in this case, think more high barriers to entry. Essential services, contracted inflation-linked cash flows, necessity-based services.
Really, so like
Sorry?
That's very interesting. I didn't realize it'd be such to, I was always thinking roads or rail or something like that, but you even mentioned like infrastructure, like, did I hear you say lawn?
I've heard that in
That.
conversations before, yes. So I'm just giving you the spectrum of possibilities and how the broader universe thinks about it. And that's the coolest thing I think about investments is like, there's no necessarily right or wrong answer. It's just a point of view. And, hopefully people can respect each other for that point of view.
Let's not forget Taylor Swift's music.
Oh, there you go.
Fair.
That was a page.
Oil and gas and energy in your infrastructure. Is there a lot of correlation? Are you getting much correlation between that and the commodity?
Certainly our oil and gas investments have correlation to the price. There's no doubt about that, but we tend to keep our onshore oil and gas sort of in its own kind of commodities bucket, if you will, within the real assets, and infrastructure is separate and distinct.
No, I know.
Maybe I misunderstood your question.
But I was wondering how much correlation between those two sectors is there? Because even a lot of your electric is energy, is regulatory driven.
That's true.
The same regulation is affecting the oil and gas.
That's true. However, I would say in those types of energy-related infrastructure investments, we tend not to take the merchant risk. And our managers are signing long-term 10 to 30-year purchase price agreements, which locks in the price and ties, and each year has an annual inflation-linked bump. So I would say, while I haven't done the analysis, if I put pen to paper, I would say those specific investments within infrastructure are less correlated or negatively correlated to our oil and gas investments because of the fixed pricing contracts that we enter into, or our managers enter into with the off-takers, which are usually, investment grade, Fortune 100, Fortune 500 type users like an Oracle or an Amazon or a public utility.
Yeah.
That answer your question? Yeah. Great.
When are you going to get into the AI, what am I trying to say? Server farm business.
We're in it. We have data center exposure throughout, both in the form of, if I were to bifurcate data centers into sort of private equity, growth-oriented, we're in those. At sort of the operating platform level, but we also have exposure to them more at the real estate level where we actually own the asset, and what's driving the return is not only sort of the expansion and contraction of the respective cap rate that you would associate with that asset to value it, but also the net income, net operating income that's being thrown off that, which is also a contracted cash flow with inflation-linked annual rent bumps.
So when it's categorized as real estate, do you actually own obviously the facility and the equipment and servers?
Don't own the equipment, just the building and the land. That's a wonderful thing about most data center investments. Actually, to think about that from both points of view that I just offered, I would, if you put a gun to my head, I'd say 100% of the time the tenants are 100% responsible for the build out of those data centers and the equipment that is housed within them.
Okay.
Moving on to page 41. Hopefully these two charts look pretty familiar to you. Up top is the price of oil through time. While it looks like it's been pretty stable, I would say it's been fairly volatile to the downside lately, driven by all sorts of things: political rhetoric, disruption in the Middle East, fears of the global economic slowdown, et cetera. I mean, more than any asset class I know or commodity, political rhetoric drives quite a bit of it and usually accounts for some percentage of the pricing priced into it at any given time. Down below is the price of aggregates. This is why we like this asset class so much. This is why we leaned into it not too long ago with an additional investment. And while aggregates from a volume perspective have been depressed of late, the price gains, even in that depressed volume environment, have far outpaced any volume decline and have far, in fact, outpaced inflation, which has been great.
In aggregates, rock.
Sand and gravel.
Rocks, yeah.
Think about the base input for cement and foundations and the like.
Is that because of environmental restrictions that inhibit fast supply response?
I would say, I don't know the answer to that question, Jim. I'm not an academic in that regard. I would say it's more correlated to the general upward and to the right slope of GDP.
And supply and demand?
You know, so supply, if you think about supply and demand, demand has been depressed lately. People have pulled back. I guess, you know, I don't want to compartmentalize this discussion into a very specific time frame, but housing, for example, has been depressed, generally speaking, over the last however many months. So people have not demanded a massive amount of sand or similar amounts of sand and gravel to build sidewalks and create concrete and so forth. However, that's been outweighed by price because it is a finite resource and people need it to build. And you know, if you think about sort of sectors ebbing and flowing, you can think residential versus commercial. You can think about the manufacturing boom that's been going on and people building foundations, the like, what have you. I mean, like everything's linked to supply and demand for sure. But it's a wonderful asset class because the prices just seem to keep going up and to the right. I think over the course of the last 50 years, there's been 3 down years in pricing, and prices have declined no more than 3% in any one of those given down years. Last year alone, if you sat on the earnings calls of all the major sort of aggregates providers, Martin Marietta, Vulcan Materials, Cemex, et cetera, last year prices were up 9% alone while volumes were down, I think, 4%. The year before that, I think volumes were down 9%, but prices were up on average 15%. I'm getting into the weeds, so I'll stop.
There's 2 seasons in Montana, winter and construction, and there sure seems to be a lot of trucks hauling a lot of rocks to roads right now.
You bet.
You see, so.
You bet.
That's not just in Montana.
Any more questions there? Otherwise, yeah, nothing to say on the next slide. We haven't made any new commitments since last we met. Stay tuned. Any questions? Okay, great. Thank you guys very much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Thomas Winkler. I'll kick it off with slide 43, the private investments portfolio, and keeping it relatively brief here given the time that we are in the afternoon. Slide 43, no major surprises here. Portfolio about 2.6 billion, private investments. The new additions in the table you see, John Putnam mentioned earlier, we made some initial contributions in private credit to State Fund Trust Fund. They've just funded, so we don't have a 1-year return number yet, so we'll see that as we get there. overall performance relatively stable, and we continue to outperform on the 10-year basis. If there's no questions, I'll move on to 44. The breakdown of the portfolio, again, no major changes here quarter over quarter. Top right-hand side, you see the breakdown by the 3 primary sub-asset classes. It's about a 65, 25, 10% split between buyout, private credit, and venture capital. Fairly comfortable there with the 75% overall allocation to growth strategies, i.e. equities. On the bottom right chart, you'll see the international versus domestic breakdown. Again, not expecting any major changes here quarter over quarter. We'll see some shifts over time, but pretty comfortable with the US-centric portfolio. Any particular questions on that slide? If I see none, I'll move to.
Can you go back to 44 for a second?
Sure.
The venture capital side, I keep hearing that it's hard for you guys to allocate to venture capital because of, it's hard to get into some of the funds in that, but I mean, that's something that there's now 5,000 venture funds and some ridiculous amount, am I wrong?
You're pretty close, it's probably 5,000, yeah, I don't know. I don't have the exact number, but there's
20 years ago, there was like TVC, I mean, some huge ones, and that's, there was the power was on the VC side versus the investor side. Do you think that it would be some of these funds, I guess my question is, does it make sense to, what kind of funds are you seeing who you're looking at allocating to? Are these, $500 million, $1 billion plus funds? Well, and if so, does it make sense to maybe have an analyst or internally look at, hey, should we look at some micro funds and build out a portfolio of 10 million into or 20 million, as small as it is, the potential return, that's what you're betting with VCs, that you're gonna get the big bang, and micro funds seems to be where that big bang is right now.
So, several questions I'm hearing. For one, yes, you're exactly spot on, it's an access game, right? You have to have access to the top tier names. In public pension, there are certain points, we can elaborate in an off-camera session now, why we can't have access or don't want to get access to certain names. Sure. Where would we allocate if we could, if there was no restrictions? Micro, early stage, that is certainly where the money is, in my opinion. Small funds, yes, kind of reflective of our buyout philosophy, right? We want to be a sizable partner in a smallest possible fund. That's what we think the actual venture returns are. To your point, making a small allocation to a micro VC fund, $5 or $10 million. We're actually going to get to that in a second here with our newest commitment. So you may have jumped ahead a little bit. In the grand scheme of CAP or the pension, a $5 or $10 million allocation is not going to move the needle, even if it turns out to be a 10x allocation. I'll turn 10 into $100 million in a $15 billion portfolio. It looks great on my track record. Yes, don't get me wrong, but it's not going to move the needle. So I can't do that. I can't do that individually. So we have to find creative ways of how do we get access to these names. And I'll get to that in a slide or two, actually, when we come to the new commitment, if I may. Other than that, I'll just quick notes on 45 overall environment valuations, deal activity in the market. Left-hand side chart, we did see quite a strong recovery in 2024 in terms of deal activity, money put to work. And as we all know, expectations were kind of calling for a continuation of that in 2025. Live on the rock or in a cave, as Jason pointed out, then you probably would have continued to think that. Certain things happened in Q1, certainly turned to more of a complex picture. And we've seen some pullback in the overall markets and mergers and acquisitions activity. However, I'd like to point out, private equity will certainly be impacted by what's going on in uncertainty, volatility, and tariffs and so forth. However, the asset class as a whole has traditionally maneuvered through these type of uncertainties and cycles relatively well. And if you've been around for some time and seen a couple of cycles, these market dislocations lend themselves to find opportunities and good entry valuations in the marketplace. So no concerns on our portfolio there. Long story short, we're in a solid position and we'll anticipate to see some good opportunities coming out of these uncertain and volatile times. Any questions on that particular slide? I will move on to 46, new commitment slide. You have 8 positions on here. Just a reminder, we try to allocate on average about $400 to $500 million per year, 6 to 10 checks, wherever that comes out to be. The newest commitment was Accolade Beaverhead Investment Fund. To Member Milanovich's comments, Accolade is a standing relationship in the venture fund of funds space, fund of funds or venture/growth equity space that we've committed to about 2 years ago to the flagship product. The team of Accolade and staff have built a very, very strong relationship over the last 2 to 3 years almost. And they continue to show us allocations to funds they allocate money to. Some of which are very, very small, think of $50 million, $80 million funds. Early stage, fund ones, true microcap VC. And they've continued to show us what they call an over allocation, right? So they make an allocation to a microcap VC funds, they get a certain amount. For concentration risks limits in their flagship fund, they cannot take the whole amount down, so they've reached out to LPs. One of them is us, and it's like, hey, how can we structure a creative way of gaining access to these type of managers? So what we've done here is, I'll move you to the board brief that you have in your package. Our Beaverhead Investment Fund, effectively a separately managed account with Accolade and us. An initial commitment of $50 million with opportunity to upsize that. And we will invest alongside the team of Accolade in small microcap VC growth equity type funds that we otherwise would not be able to gain access to for size or other restrictions. Just like to point out, on this particular board brief, very attractive management fee, and happy to answer any other questions regarding this particular new investment.
Chris.
So when you invest alongside, basically you're filling the allocation that they were awarded.
Yeah.
And so you're not paying any premium to them for this transaction. You're just stepping in in parity alongside them.
Correct.
It's the same deal terms that they got.
Exactly, it's a pro rata allocation and it's a true, partnership, if you will.
Okay.
We're helping out the team out to gain the full access into the funds that they want to. And we're getting access to funds that we otherwise could not allocate to. With that, I don't see any other questions. I'll hand it over to John Masco.
Thank you.
Thanks, Thomas. John Ramasco, Director of Fixed Income. If I can refer the board to slide 47. We will go through this pretty quickly, but please feel free to ask questions. On slide 47, you can see the funds performed very close to the index. The vast majority of the return for the year was from the underlying yield. In other words, we collect coupons. So maybe just go on to the slide 48. Little granularity around that. We did have a yield advantage, but you can see that the yield curve kind of twisted around the 10-year. So while the portfolios had a little bit of a yield advantage, we were a little heavy relative to the index 10 years and out. So as that went up, the inverse relationship between yields and values affected us more. So we gave a little bit back there. And so that is one of the reasons that you see that the state fund performed a little bit better. They were not as heavy that long end of the curve, and so they didn't get hurt as much. Looking at where we're positioned right now, slide 49, we can see that we're a little long duration, and this is core fixed income. We've got a little bit of yield advantage, And in core fixed income, we're significantly light corporate risk to the index. The CDT is contribution to duration from corporates. We're right at the 75% handshake agreement that John and I have, that we don't want to take as much corporate risk in this portfolio because we use it a little bit to offset equity risk in the overall pension portfolio. Looking at trust fund, very similar, other than the corporates still like the index, but not anywhere near where we are for core. And then a similar story for state fund on slide 51, other than our duration is a little bit equal to the index, but shorter than the other portfolios. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, John.
Alrighty, long day. Apologies to the board and to the staff for not having as much detail as we needed. Obviously, I can correct that on a go-forward basis, and if I swing that pendulum a little too far and get you more than you want, tell me and we'll back off a little bit. On a go-forward, we have our takeaways, regional and AUM compensation comparables. We did have a question, just if everybody could get your calendar out, if we could move the October 15th board meeting to October 14th. That would accommodate some better attendance. If there's any objections.
October what to what?
October 15th would move to October 14th.
I don't even have that one on there. I wasn't planning on coming.
I guess you were coming. Well, Cindy, I don't quite have it on mine.
You don't have it on yours?
No, I have it on mine.
Oh, okay.
Any issues?
Yeah, it's right there.
One second, I'm just checking something really quick.
Okay.
So you want it to be on the 14th
On the
instead?
14th instead of the 15th, Tuesday instead of Wednesday.
Fine, because.
Okay.
That works for me. And then we're doing the training the following.
Yes, and that's the second follow-up to that is Savannah will be reaching out to all of you to get the flights and hotels booked for the week of the 20th for our board work with RBK in Chicago.
That would be October 20th?
Yes.
What day would?
The whole week?
No, it's not.
But like earlier in the week or later in the week?
21st and the 22nd.
Yes.
So the 20th is Monday, so I
Right.
assume you'd come back on Thursday.
Anyone know if the
So you
Bears
leave
are
on the
playing?
20th, come back on the.
If they're playing Monday night, I
Not
might
sure
have to
exact
go.
schedule. The
It'd be
meetings are
nice
the
to know for some of
21st.
us
I
who
don't
need to
think-
know.
The date's set, we have the dates, when Savvy calls you, we'll, because we discussed it at the last meeting, I think it's the 21st, 22nd, or the 21st, we're doing the training, that Tuesday.
21st, 22nd, 23rd.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Yes,
Okay.
so fly out,
I just marked the whole week.
do it, fly back.
Flying
Because
back Monday?
Flying back,
No.
fly out
Tuesday.
Tuesday, fly, do the work Wednesday, fly back Thursday. Flights are cheaper on Tuesdays than Mondays.
And that's the 22nd or 20th, the 22nd?
Whatever those few days
That'd be the
are.
21st to the
21st through
23rd.
the 23rd. And I will sign you all up for some, if you send me some subscription services you think would be value add that are free, we'll get you signed up. If you don't like them, right click, send them to your spam, no harm, no foul. And then we'll, at that conversation, we'll discuss some more niche materials. Paige will get me to get to all of you, sort of breakdown of that. That is what I have. Anything else you need or want, other than I will inform you if 924 is passed and approved, and we will start deploying that capital. Anything else?
And then we do have the August 20th and 21st.
Yes, which I would
Nothing changed.
anticipate being August 20th and likely not the 21st.
What was this for?
What's that?
The Montana Code annotated, was that you guys or?
Is that the Constitution?
Yeah.
That was the language relating to 924 relative to equity or private corporate capital stock limitations in the pension pool of 924.
Thank you.
Yep. Anything else?
You can also have the entire code at your fingertips.
Anything else? Nope.
If you wanna go.
All right, meeting adjourned.
Thank you all.